So now we've got to watch the excitement of Jason. Mind you,
should know his surname. You raced with him for enough years.
Well, I'm just so used to calling him Richo. And then after that, it was just Bentz's Fences. So Jason Bentz, of course, lives down on Phillip Island. I'm assuming he still lives down on Phillip Island.
I believe so.
Just on his outlap now. Well, let's get his split sector times up there as well. So we want to see them as they come up.
You've done well on the overlays there, graphical designer.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. I did say to Rick, don't tell my boss what I was doing at work today. 1059 for Richo, hey Pete? Well, let's jump on board with him. Should we jump on his...
And then we could have Vargs commentate his teammate.
No, I'll just let the driving speak for itself.
Let's see how we go here. Oh, well, look at that. He's set a purple sector.
I have thrown him in the deep end here. He hasn't done a lap today.
All right, here we go. Our first runner comes down. Oh, geez, that was late on the brakes, isn't it? That's about 20 metres later than I brake. It's also about 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than me. Third gear through here. Not much of that first curve. And then down to second as we come onto the back straight. What's his first sector time? At 21.16. That's not good enough, mate. You've got to be doing it about 20.6 for sector 1. So he's down probably a few tenths on what he wants to be. Let's see what sector 2 holds for us. 17.9, that's good. That's where you want to be. And now he wants to be turning in a 28-second final sector. So at the moment, I think he's probably going to be sitting at about a 6.7, 6.8. Let's see what he turns his final sector in. Then we'll grab him in for a chat. And what's he done? He has done a 7.2. Ooh. Richo, maybe you should have done that, mate. Vargs, maybe you should have done it.
No, I've complete confidence. I think I would have muffed it up anyway.
Let's grab him in for a quick chat. He's still on mute at the moment, so not much point dragging him up. We'll just be yelling at him and he's not going to listen to us. What do you think of that anyway, mate? Just happy to be in the 10?
Yep. No, well done. He kept it on the track. That's all we wanted.
Okay, we're not going to be able to talk. We're not going to be able to talk to him because he's got his headphones and everything off. So that's a bit unfortunate. Just not going to be able to get to talk to him, I'm afraid.
Vargs, if you want to let the other ones know in the server that...
Once they've crossed the line, if they cross the line, they can unmute themselves so we can drag them in for a quick chat. So anyway, we got Damien Cairns now starting his hot lap. So let's see how he goes. Good thing now, we've got comparison. We can check his times against Richo. 20.9. So there we go. That's a decent time. As I said, it's a little bit down on what you want to be.
A lot more curved than what Richo took.
Let's zoom in on it a bit. Let's see how they go through here. 18 dead. Still going to be cumulative. He's up. Oh, gee, I thought he backed it in. I thought backed it in a little bit oversteery through the middle there. Ride that curb nicely. He's coming around. This is going to be a decent time. It's going to be the fastest, that I'll tell you.
Good prediction.
Whacks it in there with a 7... No, he doesn't. A 7.3, not the fastest. Well,
She's gone backwards.
Not exactly the pace we're expecting to see. Let's see, where is he? He's on mute, so I can't... I'll move him down here, and if he happens to be able to unmicrophone himself, then we are going to be able to have a quick chat with him. He doesn't look like he's concentrating on us, does he there, Chad?
No, we still have a big red mute button beside
Yeah.
himself.
And now he's escaped back, so we're not going to be able to listen to...
Hey, Damo.
have a chat to...
You,
no, no, hang on. I've pressed the wrong button. I've lost everything now. We've got to go out. Tony Soane Street.
Yeah.
Whoa, geez, we're just timing these pretty finely, aren't we?
How do you think your lap went, Damo? He's live with us now, Nick.
He's live with us now. Okay, well, I'm just going to... Let's see how Tony goes. Maybe what we'll do, Chad, is once Tony's finished his lap, we can then we can then have a chat to Damo to see how his lap went. But we've got... Tony's gone purple in sector 1 with a 20.7. Now, we're starting to get down to that time, that 20.5, 20.6 that I think you need to get into a mid-6. So let's now see how he goes in sector 2. He's at 18 dead. So the way this is going, who's purpled the second sector?
Richo.
He must have done it on his... Oh, no, nah, blowing it. Gone. 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 Okay, now we can have a chat to Damo, see what he thinks of his lap.
Well, how'd your lap go, Damo?
Yeah, not great, not great. I mean, second and still, but yeah, no, I don't know, it just didn't come together. It's one of those things, the pressure of the Dan, I guess.
I've got to admit, a lot slower than I thought it'd be. I thought that, you know, you'd still be knocking on the doors of I guess for you guys, you know, you got in with high 6s. So, but yeah, maybe I would have thought you'd be a 10th or 2 quicker than you are.
Yeah, I would have thought like a flat 7, probably. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how all the others go. There's a few that have been
Well, you've moved up,
or whatever and stuff. So we'll be
you've moved
up
up
there.
one so far. Yeah, you've moved up one so far.
Yeah,
And
we won't
Benson
blast
and Mark
again, so that'll be
moved
all
up
right.
too. Yeah, exactly. Well, thanks for coming down, sir.
No worries. And yeah.
Yep, thanks,
Good
Damo,
race, I
and
think. And a great race.
best luck for Sunday, mate.
Cheers,
All right.
thanks very much.
See you Sunday.
Now we got Trav out there on his hot lap. Pretty tight for time, isn't it, Chadley, when we get to talk to these blokes?
We don't get long. We don't
No,
get long.
no.
We need
Their
better
outlaps are
pictures.
too... Oh, Trav there with a little bit... Oh, he's missed the apex by a fair bit there, a 20.9. So no one's really nailed Sector 1 yet. Trav, of course, does a lot of work for the vets community, puts together track guides every week for the vets guys and does some training with the Split 3 guys as well. So very much appreciated within the vets community.
Welcome, Mr. Nickel.
Hello, broadcaster. Just a bit of information from the top 10 shootout room that car 14 will not be participating in the top 10 shootout.
Oh, what's happened? Disqualified?
No, not disqualified. Entered in the wrong car, so cannot participate.
Oh no, that's unfortunate. I had him penciled in for pole. Anyway, sorry. Now we've completely ignored Trav, and he has gone P2 with a 7.3. So that slow lap that we were talking about earlier by Richo, Chad,
Vance.
is still
he's,
holding him
he's-
up there. So
He's
Vargs,
nailed 4 spots so far.
yeah. So Vargs has definitely done the right thing by.
Jumping
By
out.
jumping him in. Now, who was that? Who was that? That was Trav. Let me drag Trav down here, and after Simon, the kids finished his lap, we'll have a quick chat to Trav about his lap, how he thought it went. So let's follow the kid around. Split 3 champion, entrenched in the top 10 here at Sandown for Sunday. Let's see what time he does. As I said, I think the best first sector we've had so far is a... I don't think we've got anyone into the 20s yet for Sector 1. Let's see if Simon the kid can be the first to get into the 22nd mark. Very close. 21 dead. It's a really tricky position, though, isn't it, Chad? That Sector 1 timer. You can have a slower Sector 1, and it means that you get an absolutely brilliant run down the front, down the back straight here, because the Sector 1 timing is virtually on the
three
braking
and four.
zone. Oh, lots of curbs there. Rode that nicely. And 18 dead. I'll tell you what, Chad. I'll tell you what, mate. I think this is going to be our first 6 for the night. as he brings it around the last couple of corners. This is definitely, if he's on for a 6 for sure here, which will take him straight to the top and put some pressure on. Oh, mate, I'll just shut up. I'll let you talk to Trav.
There you go, 7-2. Hey, Trav, how'd you go, mate? Talk us about your lap.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Well, considering qualifying top 10 was a shock to me. I wasn't planning on doing it, but my teammate accidentally joined in the wrong team. But,
That was you?
So, no, I must say I surprised myself. For the top 10, I pretty much played it safe. I just wanted to get a banker in and just see where I ended up, to be honest.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us,
Good job,
Trav.
sir.
We've got a driver just about to start his lap. So best of luck for Sunday, and good job on your qualifying effort tonight. We'll watch Matt's lap here, and then we'll catch up with the kid to give a debrief on him. As former Angry Birds driver Matt Vanderkraan swings it through turn 1 very nicely here. He's taken the most curb of anyone I've seen so far on those turns 2, 3, and he's also... I don't know. Let's see. That was a stomping first sector with a 20.78.
Still not purple though, so
No.
I'm sure Bence did a great for the sector.
Yeah, I didn't write down his actual time there. 18.3. So that's not a bad... I'll tell you what. That's not too bad a recovery after that very sideways effort.
Oh, he's running a bit wide there.
This is going to be.
Matt away. I know Matt.
I think the kids' sphincters. Yeah, the kids' sphincter's going to be tightening up a little bit to see whether or not he's going to be able to hang on for a little bit longer to P1. It's going to be close. Oh. No, it's not going to be close. A 7.6. That is disappointment. Simon, nice lap. P1.
Yeah, well done,
gents.
Simon.
Yeah, that was surprised myself.
I won't let you know that I did predict that you were going to end up in the 6s actually as you came into Sector 3. I said this is going to be our first driver in the 6s, but I've been making some pretty ridiculous statements tonight. I think, I don't know, someone might be spiking my drink, but P1.
Not out of the norm. Yeah, so far.
P1.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, wasn't expecting that with a full tank.
No, that's a good job. Good job. I mean, your practice times, you were way out in practice, but then you put in a cracker there in qualifying, obviously, to make it into the 10. Just a quick final comment, because Jamie Dyke's just about to start his hot lap.
Well done, mate. Good luck in the race on Sunday.
Yep, no worries. Cheers, fellas.
Thanks, Simon. And we'll just now watch Jamie's lap, and then we'll catch up with former Angry Birds driver Matt Vanderkraan after Jamie's finished his lap here.
Who will be rather frustrated.
Yep, I think we'll probably best we didn't talk to him straight away, I'm guessing, Chad. But Jamie's 21.2, so we've still only had the one driver get in under the 20s for that first sector. I reckon Richo did his purple sector on sector 1 on his in lap, Chad. Let's see what he's done now. That is a 17.9. That is bang on the money for sector 2.
Still not purple.
But yes, he is, half a second off where he wants to be in sector 1. If he maintains this, if he gets his 28 dead for the final sector, that will be enough for a 7 dead. So let's see how he goes. I'm predicting a 7 dead this time. My outlandish predictions I've had enough of. As he crosses the line, purple final 7 dead. Oh, not too bad, Chad. I'm getting better. A 7.16. Nice time there. Now, I'll hand it over to you to interview our former Angry Birds driver, Matt Vanderkraan. Talk to him about turn 4.
I did have a prediction about a frustrated Matt in that car. How did you go, mate?
Me not speak any English. Nah, I was pretty happy with the first 3 corners, and then turn 4 I was a bit cautious going into, so tried to make up for it as you do coming out. That went well, didn't it? Not.
Yeah, I did get very excited.
Lovely little waggle of the tail. As you
I did get very excited as I saw your sector time 1 turn up. Your turns 1 and 2 were 1, 2, 3 were fantastic. quick final word. We've just got Luke Grandell just starting his lap. So a quick final word for you before the race on Sunday.
Looking forward. It's going to be good fun, and forward to racing with Stewie.
Luke.
Thanks for the broadcast. Next up, cheers, boys.
No worries. Luke's gone. He's gone. Off track. Done. Burnt. Dead. Wow. There goes my pole prediction. Another brilliant prediction made by me. Kiss of death. Kiss of death.
Let's not drag him down too quick.
No, Shall we drag him down at all? Do you want to go and ask him if he wants to talk, Chad? You go down, ask him if he wants to chat.
We just should drag him.
The beauty is we've got a minute we can spend chatting to him.
I'm just trying to find it.
Here we go.
He's out of the server.
Oh, he's gone altogether. Now, I hate to tell you this, but we've got another former Angry Birds driver, Brian Borg, out on track now.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
But he genuinely is a former Angry Birds driver. Matt's just on loan. I just like rubbing it in.
Yeah, I'm just, doing a quick celebrity stint.
Okay, where should we ride with Borgie? Should we ride in his cockpit or on his splitter or on his roof?
I reckon on his roof.
On his roof? Gee, this is a fast lap. I've never, my outlaps are so good. I was never aware that there was a minimum pace that you had to go. It never crossed my. Only time I haven't been warned for going slow. Okay, here we go with Borgie. This should be exciting. Visma's not driving. Grundell blew his lap. This is all for Borgie to take here.
My prediction of a 6.48, I think is pretty off the mark.
Oh, that's nice over those curves. That looked pretty good. 20.9, there we go. So we're still 0.3 off that 6.5. That's 6.5 time. I'll tell you what though, I reckon this is going to be a 17.8. 18.1. This isn't that impressive. I mean, if it was me driving, it'd be mighty impressive. But I'll be the microphone warrior. Let's see. This is going to be tight. Still, this is going to be tight. I reckon Jamie's fast enough. I reckon Jamie's got him. Have we spoken to Jamie?
No.
Oh, 6.95. There we go. Did we speak to Jamie?
Great last sector.
That was a fantastic last sector. Did we speak to Jamie? I don't think we did we? I can't remember. Let's have a quick chat to him. I can't remember. Jamie, great lap time. We forgot to speak to you.
Oh, yeah. How are we?
We were so busy taking the piss out of Matt. Sorry for not doing too well. Oh, there we go. Yes, Stealth. Sorry, we did forget, but now we've just dragged him in here. Sorry, but that was a great lap. I thought actually you'd done enough to hold Borgie out on that one.
No, I completely screwed up turn one. I locked up a front and almost drove straight off the track. It's a lot greasier than qualifying was.
Yeah. But
there you go. We've been wondering what's been happening.
We've been trying to work out. I mean, we know you've all got full tanks, which obviously makes a big difference as well, straight out. And you've got to be a little bit conservative. It's not like the qualifying we're used to, where you can go balls to the wall on lap one, and then if you don't, then you can ease off a bit for lap two, or vice versa. So I still thought that there'd be more than one driver in the sixes by now.
Yeah, no, the track conditions, it felt a lot greasier, and then my lap time, I screwed it from turn one. I tried too hard, but
well, good job anyway, mate. Yeah, number 2 so far. Well done, and welcome, Mr. Borg. Good lap.
Well done, Borgie.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, At the end of Sector 2, though, I didn't think you'd done enough. But that final sector, wow. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I was just looking at the other laps and seeing how everybody was just making mistakes, and I'm thinking to myself, do I go in hot or do I just be conservative? So yeah, it was just a little bit, a little bit nervous, to be honest.
Yeah.
So we've seen what we
That's because your ex-teammates were watching you from 100 years ago.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
And it was Sector 1 that everyone seemed to be the struggle for everyone. But I guess Sector 1 here is also the one where it's very easy to make a mistake. I mean, we saw Matt make that mistake coming out of Turn 4. That's not Sector 1, admittedly. Luke obviously got it all wrong on his Sector 1. And yeah, everyone's Sector 1 times was probably down by anywhere up to half a second off the pace that I thought it'd be, but Sector 2s and 3s were pretty much in line with what I thought it'd be. But yeah, so...
Yeah, well, Sector 1 is the most important one to, you really got to attack that sector to get the actual lap time. I think I was around about 4/10 down off my optimal on that qualifying lap. So, and that's just because of what I've seen with the other cars. Just, there's no point risking it.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So, what's happened? Do we know? I mean, we're missing some drivers. Why?
I'm looking at your totem pole, Mr. Director, and there's 7, and then we've got to add the one that never failed, so that's 8, and then one was removed. That's 9.
So
are we missing a car?
No.
Did Troy Stone Street do a time? Troy Stone Street didn't do a time, did he?
He looped it at Dandenong.
We missed that.
How'd we? What, on his outlap or?
No, on his hot lap.
Oh, good work.
Director?
We're on the ball, aren't we? Hey? We are not paid professionals. I just want
we could get a job on V8 Supercars television.
Oh, we could.
We'd be all over it. Yeah.
We could. With these sorts of, they missed the one.
Fails.
Anyway. Oh, well, I enjoyed that.
Borgie, congratulations, mate.
Yeah, congrats,
well
Borg.
Cheers, mate.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever you're watching, around Australia or even around the world, you are covering the Sandown 500, a special event brought onto you from Alliance Sim Racing. It's the Pink Finss Sandown 500, and this is a charity event which has been organised by the teams at Alliance Sim Racing, and what an event it's going to be. I am Stephen Sandman Clark. Joined in the commentary box is Jared Cole. Jared, this is not only a special race for the Sandown 500, but we're raising funds for a charity that I know is near and dear to a lot of people's hearts.
Yeah, absolutely, and good to be here with you, Sandman. Mate, we are here in support of Pink Finss today. They are a compassionate organisation based in the Hawkesbury area here in Australia, and their mission is pretty simple, right? It's helping women, men and their families who are facing a cancer diagnosis. And honestly, you can't get a cause more worthy than that. It's something that every family needs. In those sort of times, they need that support, and to be supporting such a great organisation today, really keen to put this on, and hopefully inspire a few people to reach in their pockets and maybe donate as well, hey?
Absolutely. It's sad to say, isn't it, that unfortunately cancer's probably touched a lot of people's hearts, whether you're in the racing community, someone who's just watching as a fan, and to have a foundation like Pink Finss that are supporting, it's not only the men and women, but it's their families that are diagnosed with cancer. So a really charitable cause. And look, throughout the event, we'd love for you to maybe donate. Just reach into your pockets, just see if you've got anything to donate. We have put a link in the YouTube channel just so, if you feel the need, please support us. And like I said, all the money that's raised throughout tonight with driver entry fees and everything else for this event is all going to the Pink Finss Foundation. And it's pretty special. It's sad that we have to do things like this, but I feel like as a broadcaster and as a driver, it really does something special for our community that we can get involved and raise much needed funds for charities like this.
Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. And look, it's a sad stat, isn't it? 1 in 3 people in Australia are affected by cancer in some way. Now, whether that's cancer themselves or someone they know, that's a huge proportion. And we're a country, let's face it, of sunburnt plains and sunburnt people. It's a pretty high likelihood that a lot of what's out there is your melanomas and the like, but it's certainly not all that the Pink Finss guys support. The organisation was actually started off the back of a breast cancer survivor and wanting to give support to others. So, look, really a very, very special organisation that over time has expanded their support to families outside of just breast cancer, but any cancer in the area. And some of the work they do is just fantastic, providing support at appointments and transport to various follow-ups and all that kind of thing. So a great organisation, great charity, as we said. They've got amazing information and resources available to cancer sufferers and their families. So yeah, I can't emphasize it enough, guys. Reach in the pockets if you can. Drop a donation in the link. It's just down below in the YouTube description, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. But maybe let's talk about today's event for a little while and just what we can expect in terms of the Sandown 500.
Well, absolutely. Comes with a little bit of tragedy is that we get to do some racing. And it's the Sandown 500, for me, it's the ultimate lead up to the Bathurst 1000. Me as a traditional Aussie touring car enjoyer, I do love the Sandown 500. For me, that's always the best step to the Bathurst 1000. We're not too far away from it in the real world too. 161 laps, 500 kilometres around this racetrack, and we're certainly setting up for what will be an absolute cracker of a race.
Yeah, and look, the team's all getting sorted now. We'll be able to bring you the grid in just a moment. Obviously, the qualifying happening a little earlier this week, and teams all putting in their best lap times. Conditions today, though, absolutely beautiful down in Springvale. So 18 degrees air temp. The track's going to be a bit cold, though. 20 degrees on track. Look, it's going to take some effort to get the tyres warmed up. We know that these cars are a bit of a handful at the best of times, so I'm looking forward to some good footage at the very least in those first couple of laps as the drivers try and get some heat into the tyres. But otherwise, the forecast today, very, very light breeze, absolutely blue skies, dry track. We're in for some good racing, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. These conditions sometimes are a little bit rare for Victoria, but we'll take it today. I know the drivers will be quite pleased, and thankfully, I guess that new rain model that hasn't made its way to the supercars yet, so these guys are guaranteed a nice dry race throughout today, which is great. But yeah, 18 degrees temperature, good for those Dunlops, of course, and yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker of a race. And of course, with this race, there's so much strategy that comes involved. You know, you've got driver pairings, you've got minimum lap distance that these teams and drivers need to be aware of, 54 laps per driver. So you just can't put in your hot shot and just make him or her do the majority of the race. There's a little bit of strategy, some teamwork behind it all, and something they'll need to be on top of as this race goes on.
Not to mention, 500Ks, that's a fair distance, isn't it? There's a lot that can happen in that sort of time. It's going to be a really interesting couple of first laps as everyone settles in. What do you reckon we're going to see today in terms of strategy? Are these teams going hard out the whole way, or are we expecting to see a couple of alternative strategies play in?
Well, I guess it's the old adage, isn't it? Endurance racing is never won on the first lap, so you can be dead motherless last in these races on the first opening laps and still come away with a win. So, for these teams, I would imagine that a lot of them would be encouraged just to take it easy in these opening couple of laps, get themselves into a rhythm, because it's such a long race. And we're talking 161 laps, and so much can happen. We don't know if there's going to be safety cars. That might even throw a spanner in the works for some of these teams and their strategies. So they'll all have some sort of idea leading up to this, but that can all change in an instant with a quick accident, a safety car, and a strategy that may have gone awry throughout the race.
And that's one of the beauties of endurance racing, really, isn't it? That anything can happen, and over such a long distance, to think that you're going to stick with the same strategy you started with, it's pretty bloody unlikely, really. Look, my only hope for today is that we get through the first sort of 5 or 10 laps unscathed, no safety cars. There's nothing worse than starting a race. The adrenaline's all up, drivers are all a bit twitchy, and immediately they're in behind a safety car for the first couple of laps before we clean up. So if we can just get through a bit of that, I don't know if any of the drivers or teams are listening into the broadcast while they're sitting in the pits waiting, but guys, you're not going to win this one on lap one. Take it easy, hey?
Yeah, and what's special about this event too is that there are 2 fast repairs. This is not something that we see a lot in endurance racing, so they do have 2 fast repairs as we start to check out the starting grid for the Pink Finss Sandown 500. How excited are these guys sitting on the front row? Brian Borg and Stephen Kennedy. I mean, their heart's pumping already. It's one of the biggest races that they've got going, and here they are staring down the front row of the grid. That must be an awesome feeling, getting ready to head into turn number 1.
Yeah, you'd think so. And then look, as we go through the grid here, Simon Haynes and Jason Bentz in the QPR entries taking the second row, so a bit of team strategy there perhaps. Ty Delaney and Law McKee rounding out the first 6 there with M1 Racing and Accelerate Endurance. And as we look a bit further back, SLS Racing, we've already seen a bit of support for them in the chat as well. Simtech Performance in 7 and 8 there. Anthony Visma from Accelerate and Chris Miller in the other M1 Racing entry alongside. We've got Jim Caparonis from the Breakdancers. I hope he's not planning on breaking much today. Ken Ladder in the Fishy Motorsport in 12th off the line. Our first Angry Birds entry from Rick Vigor in 13th, and Mark Houghton, the Accelerate Endurance 2 entry in 14th there as well. And then we've got Peter Baxter in CX2 Black, the other Angry Birds Racing entry in 16th with Peter Sattler behind the wheel. You can have a crack at pronouncing this one, but Mitchell Allison, who's he racing for today there, Xander?
That's great. You know what the best bit is it's on screen and everyone can have their own crack at it. But that's that's a good one. That's a tongue twister for me.
Yeah, that's the no, not happening.
You know
not
what?
happening.
We'll get them in during the broadcast, and we'll get them to tell us how it is. How about that throughout the race?
Look, right behind them anyhow is Oliver Patterson in the Marty Motorsports entry, with someone's dog on the side of the car, looking like a great sponsor. Right? And then as we go a bit further back, Phil Marsh in the PJM Racing entry and Matt McMillan in the WK and McMillan Brothers Racing entry. Round out the top 20. The Chubby Buns livery is going to be easy to spot there, I'm sure. We've got Peter Latham and Dylan Sipple, another team sitting on the same row there with Quantum Pecky's Racing, 17 and 21 entries. Chris Burridge, another M1 Racing entry there back in 23rd, and Scott Perrins, another QPR entry. The Hazy and Perrins entry team, that one. So Scott Perrins obviously taking the first stint in this one at this stage. As we keep going back, Veteran Gaming Australia with Mark Ferranda back in 25th, lines up alongside Michael Korolev in the CX2 Blue entry. Michael Stewart, the Balance Stewart Foundation. Let's talk about that for just a moment. It would have been, I believe, Balance Stewart's 19th birthday today. So very special day for that team as well. I think it's worth calling out the Bin the Blade for Ballon entry that they've got there, and that's worth taking a look at as well. If you're browsing around Pink Finns, maybe just drop these guys a bit of a look as well. And happy birthday to Ballon, mate. We are thinking of you as well, and all the family, of course, for Ballon Stewart. Our safety car shows up on the grid here ahead of those that will be starting from the pits. So our live safety car will be floating around, but we won't see them on track for the lineup, I hope not. Then we've got Mario Real from Hypersonic, James Hardy from Granny Spec Racing, rounding out the grid there as well. So we're looking good. We've got a lot of entries, 30 entries to see going around the track today. We'll try and make sure we get a bit of a view of how everyone's going, but that is our grid for today, mate.
Yeah, I know a lot of these teams and drivers are starting to feel the nerves now because, you think about there's so much preparation that comes into this race, whether it be on-track practice, testing, these guys, thankfully, have been given a setup. It's a fixed setup provided by Jamie McKnight, and so that takes a little bit of pressure off these guys, but everyone's driving style is a little bit different. So they need to get their head around it, how their car feels, get themselves into a bit of a rhythm. The track conditions are probably a little bit different from what they were last time they were on track. So all these little things are just the things you have to overcome for the start of this race. And it's always nerve-wracking, regardless of what the race is, whether it's a sprint race or whether it's an endurance race. We see a bit of a lock-up there for one of the teams there going into turn one. But the nerves are always there, but this is a good time for these teams and drivers just to shake that off as they prepare for the Sandown 500. What an absolute ripper. And supporting Pink Finns, really, really great thing that these teams and drivers are doing, and it'll be a nice one to walk away with the checkered flag for this one, no doubt about that.
Yeah, won't adjust. So looking forward to it. We're not far away from race start now. These guys just enjoying a bit of a warm-up session while the stewards get a few last things in order and ready, but we'd love to hear from you in chat as well, guys. So if you are watching the coverage today, then keep us company and say hello, and call out your support for one or another team. But it looks like we're getting ready to grid right about now, so we won't be far off getting underway. 161 laps ahead of us to make up the 500 Ks. So. Mate, it's gonna be going to be epic. Honestly, I can't think of any other word to describe it today.
Yeah, it stays like this. I do love being in the commentary box, and it's a beautiful commentary box you've supplied for me today, mate. But I do get a little bit jealous for these teams and drivers when they get on track and they're starting to build, they're getting ready for the start of this race. It's the only time that I don't want to be in the commentary boxes at the start of these races because I'm so jealous. You can see them all on track now as they grid up.
Getting our drivers gridded and getting just about ready to go.
So here we are, the Pink Finns Sandown 500. 500 grueling kilometres already, 161 laps will make up your race distance. They're all in the seat. They're ready to go. Their hearts no doubt will be pumping. They know what's ahead of them. It's between teammates. The drivers are at the ready. As the revs build, they're watching the lights. And we're underway. It's a Pink Finss Sandown 500. As they all rush in, a little bit of a stall back there on the grid. Looks like everyone's managed to get away, but it's a nice run into turn number one, giving each other plenty of room. The last thing you need is contact into turn number one. Looks like everyone's managed to get away with it so far. Beautiful, smart driving from everyone. Even though we did see a couple of drivers didn't quite get away from the grid, but managed to get away with no contact. That's the main thing as they barrel down the back straight for the first time. These guys just trying to get a little bit of single file. No need to do anything silly. Oh, there's carnage at the back, though. Someone's backwards. One of the QR cars are just going to see, look, she's trying to point round the right way. We didn't quite catch what happened, but that's what we talk about, is you've got to be really careful in these opening laps. Such a long race. But thankfully, it looks like we managed to get away unscathed.
Yeah, it was the PJM Racing entry of Phil Marsh, I think, that's gone around. We'll go back and we'll take a look at that in just a moment. See what we can see from it, but otherwise, look, a pretty clean opening lap. Can't be upset about that at all as the drivers come across the line for the first time.
Yeah, look at the margin that we've got too. So these guys know. So Jamie McKnight, you can see just over a second margin, just trying to break that draft a little bit from Brian Borg. He just wants that little bit of margin just so he has enough to have to worry about any pressure from behind. Obviously, they don't have to be too concerned. It's such a long race, 161 laps around here. So all it's about for the moment is just keeping that rhythm up and just hitting your marks. Don't worry about who's around you. No one's going to do anything silly because they're all just getting themselves in a rhythm. But you can see Jamie McKnight just moving around a little bit. He's not doing that to upset him. He's just trying to break that little bit of draft from Brian Borg because every little bit counts.
So they come through great shots here. I love the camera placement at Sandown. You get some really good views of these cars as they scream on through some of these chicanes. And I tell you what, the start's been a lot cleaner than I'd even hoped for, but these guys all pretty close, and we'll see these packs, I'm sure, start to break up over time. But what a start from Jamie Dyke. You know, just a couple of laps in, he's already opening up that 1 second gap. Got to wonder if it's a bit of strategy from those behind as he sets a new fastest lap of 107 flat. So off to a cracking pace on cold tyres. We'll probably see that come down a little as the fuel load comes out, but mate, what a way to start for Jamie Dyke in the M1 Racing Red entry. He's well out in front and not getting any pressure at all just at the moment from Brian Borg in second place either.
Yeah, and that team will be thrilled with that too, because that's exactly what you want. Obviously, everyone wants a nice, clean race car for the start of these races, but if you don't have someone right up your bumper, that really takes the pressure off as you as a driver. You can just eyes forward and just basically flick the mirror upside down. You don't really need to look at it. So, but it's a nice little position they've got themselves into. But speaking of pressure, you can see the action here. These guys, a little bit of nose to tail action. And of course, one of the difficult things that these drivers do encounter is that when they're stuck up behind each other, the rear wing of the car in front does take away a little bit of your vision. So you've always got to be a little bit careful with your braking markers. You tend to look out the left side or the right side of the car a little bit just to sort of give you a bit of a better gauge when you're tucked up right up behind the car in front.
Tell you what, mate, you're kinder than I am. I can't see a bloody thing when I'm behind one of these cars. So, yeah, those wings are huge, and you're putting a lot of faith in the driver in front to stay consistent and make sure that they're hitting the braking markers. It's really all down to track memory and feel at that point, isn't it? Because you can't actually see your brake markers when you're in behind someone like that. But you've got to stick there for the draft. You have to.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to be gained when you're tucked up behind one of these cars. So, yeah, it really does become a little bit of a feel because, you know, these guys have done so many laps around here leading up to this event. So it is a little bit, you sort of get it by feel, isn't it? You know you're almost on the rev limiter down the back straight here. So you know you've got the left-right chicane where they're coming through now. So, but yeah, there's a lot of trust when you're that close up behind someone that you're just praying that he or she is going to hit their marks, right? Because you're pretty much basing what they're doing and that's what you're going to do yourself going into those turns.
Yeah, not wrong, not wrong. Look, as everyone settles down into that single file, let's take a quick look back and see if we can see what's happened here with Phil Marsh earlier on. I think, no, sorry, that's a bit later.
Oh, there he goes. He did catch
there
that
we go.
curb.
There we
yeah,
go.
He lost it.
I wonder what's happened there. He just caught that and spun around.
Yeah, as much as our Aussie tin tops love to bounce over the curbs, if you don't hit them right, they can upset the car. But yes, he's lost a little track time to the teams in front of him, but the car's straight. And speaking of that, there is a car dialing him back in pit lane from that replay too. I imagine that's what was the start. As we go to the simple replay, I'll just check this out to see all the action. There was a couple of cars that didn't quite get away. There's one car that stalled on the grid, car 14. And thankfully, everyone around him just managed to dodge him. And it was a relatively clean start in this turn one.
Anthony Visma just didn't get it off the line there at all. I wonder if he's just had an issue getting it into gear.
Yeah, it's always tricky, these starts. The nerves build and easy to make a meal of it sometimes.
As we take a quick reset and have a look back to the front, and Brian Ball, look, he's closing that gap down, isn't he? It's I think Jamie Dykes maybe just realised that he doesn't need to go quite so hard on lap 6. Or Brian Ball's picked up the pace either way.
It's one of those things, isn't it? That's sometimes, and you see, we're coming up to traffic too, so that's obviously the cars that had dramas at the start of this race. But yeah, it's one of those, it's catch-22. You want to have a good start, you want to run, but there's no point gapping the field. You can put 10 or 15 seconds on the field, then you get a safety car. So all that hard work has been thrown away. But I think Brian probably just took it pretty easy in those opening laps and was happy for Jamie just to run away a little bit. But now he's got comfortable. Now he's starting to put the pressure on him. So that changes things a little bit, and it's only laps number 6.
Yeah, a lot of distance to go yet, so let's not get too excited, anyone. Let's see how they go. But that front train, the M1 Racing Red entry of Jamie Dyke leading out Brian Bullock from Racecraft, Jason Benson the QPR entry, and then M1 Racing Blue with Ty Delaney. I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of teamwork there from the Racing Blue and Racing Red entries, or the M1 Racing entries in first and fourth, and then a bit of a further gap back as we take a bit of a look back through the field. The Accelerated Endurance 1 entry of Lorne McKee, put in some good numbers at the moment. What a good looking livery though, the Primal Wheels entry.
Absolutely. I was going to say that too. The beauty about calling some of these charity races and different events is that you get to see so many gorgeous liveries on these race cars. Everyone puts a lot of effort into it, and it's definitely striking. It reminds me a little bit of the old Tasman racing colours from back in the day when Jason Richards was, and I think even Jamie was back in the day. I don't know if he was racing then or not, Jamie Whincup, but yeah, it really reminds me of the Tasman racing colours in Supercars back in the day.
Yeah, and look, I love seeing what everyone's come up with for these liveries, especially for these events. There's a couple of things that are always on there that are common to every car. The McKnight banners across the windscreen there, obviously in support of Jamie McKnight, one of the racers today, who's going through his own cancer journey with his wife. So, hopefully we'll get a chance to have a bit of a chat to him about Felicity's battle and how their daughters are doing. But we've got a bit of a lock-up in the background there. Who's that? That's looks like the SLS entry of Steve Brumley. Might have just had a bit of a struggle there, or was it the Fishy out in front of Ken Ladder? These guys racing hard and racing close together as we keep an eye on them and just see what's happening, hey?
It's always, it's heart and breath stuff. When you take a dive into the turn and you start to lock a brake, and you know that the only way that you're really going to get some relief from that is re-releasing the brake. But of course, then you don't want to do that because you're carrying so much speed. But I think those drivers just be thankful they've all got away with it, and with a nice, clean, straight race car.
And I tell you what, that's one of the real challenges of these supercars, isn't it? The real lack of any electronic assistance. It's all down to the driver's ability to control all of the inputs to keep them well balanced. You know, I'm certainly nowhere near the level that I need to be to jump into one of these. I like my my GT3s with their traction control. Thank you very much. But yeah, you've got to hand it to these guys. You know, to be putting in the sort of laps that they are right off the bat, cold track, cold tyres. They're not holding anything back. It's a really skilled group here.
Yeah, it's a common argument in the iRacing community that, you know, there's a lot of people around the world that don't enjoy driving these cars because they're so difficult to drive. But with us, you know, so obviously we've been born and bred for Aussie V8 supercars, and, you know, we just love it. We embrace it. We take it on board, you know. There is a fine art to get these cars around here fast, and I'm like you, mate. I wish I was able to do the job that these guys can do. I'm nowhere in the calibre of some of the fastest guys that we've got in the sim racing community in a V8 supercar, but... yeah, it's a unique driving style for these things, and anyone that can do it fast, I really take my hat off to them.
Yeah, not wrong. And there's some names in here that, look, I'm not a massive follower of the iRacing series, but even I recognise some of the names here today. So we've got a really quick group of drivers on track. The great thing about the way Alliance Sim Racing have set up all of their races and their leagues, though, is they do try and have a real mix of drivers. You know, they've got a pack of the real aliens, let's be honest, who can just throw a car around any track at pace. But then they've also got a couple other packs that they tend to group pretty closely together. So you end up with everyone, no matter where you are in the field, you've got someone to battle with. And really, that's all we're looking for as sim racers. You don't want to be lapping around at the back on your own and just waiting for that blue flag. You want to actually get into some battles, even if it is a battle for 24th, right?
Absolutely, and that's for the fast guys too. They don't want to be in a grid where you're first and you've got 35 seconds to second. You know, people don't enjoy that. They want good, hard, close racing. And this is what this series has got. They've got a mixture of drivers, exactly what you said. And the talents vary all the way up throughout the field. But look how close these bunch of cars are. You know, it doesn't matter what talent you've got. They've always got someone to race against. And I guess the beauty of sim racing and endurance racing as such is that so much can change. You know, you can be the fastest guy on track, but you've still got to make it 161 laps around this racetrack to get the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, right? To finish first you have to finish. And you'd be amazed how many spaces I've picked up in my race career on iRacing just by staying alive, honestly. It's not a bad way to go at all. As we take a look a little bit further through the field at this group here, led out really by the Accelerate Endurance 2 entry with Mick Clifton at the wheel. But all of these guys, you know, a nice little train here, a couple of 3-car trains as we head down the back straight once again. I reckon they might just manage to pick up a few seconds and get a little closer here as well. So plenty of good racing, as I was saying. You know, we've got lots of packs that will separate themselves over time. A little bit of tyre smoke in the air there, but no cars off the track. So we're still 11 laps in, no safety cars. I probably just put the commentator's curse on it, but. God, what a great start to the race.
Yeah, it's been good, and that's what these teams will be breathing a sigh of relief, because they know that they can just get themselves into a rhythm now. They'll start thinking about when their first pit stop will come along, and of course putting in their second driver, because not only is the race, you know, the team is putting that faith in you, you've got to put that faith in your second co-driver as well. So yeah, there's so much that can play out, but I think everyone at the moment are just quite happy to ride around and just get into a little bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, so let's talk strategy for a moment. What do you reckon we're going to see here? When do you think we'll start seeing the first, pit stops in earnest, ignoring any that come from damage, of course, but when do you reckon we're going to start to see the first strategic pit stops?
Well, I guess for the moment, they're all, I guess, as if I was a team owner, I'd be running these tanks dry until, you know, we start thinking about, you know, if there's a possible safety car. The last thing you want to do is maybe get caught out by a safety car, and if you're a little bit further back in the pack, you could go a lap down. So they'd be thinking about trying to run this towards, towards a lower end of the tank of the fuel. And of course, they've got to keep in the mind of that 54 lap driver ruling as well. You can only do a minimum of 54 laps. So you've got to make sure that you've got to get your driver to get that 54 lap requirement. And of course, people have got different strengths within their team, whether they start with their faster driver or whether they start their, maybe not not as fast driver, you know, so they're already pretty close with their driver comparisons, but they'll have some sort of idea. I was just checking the car on screen. Looks like a little bit of damage to that right front that I've just seen as well.
Yeah, we'll see if we can try and pick that up on one of these cameras as we go through. There's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy through the day, I'm sure, whether it's intentional or not, but every little bit of aero damage counts here. Now, the good news for the teams is that they do have a couple of fast repairs up their sleeve, so they'll be able to get in and out of the pits quickly twice today. 2 fast repairs over 161 laps. Look, I know myself personally, I'm going to need a lot more than that, that sort of distance, but I really think that these guys will have to think very carefully about when they use those fast repairs, just based on what damage. And yeah, you can see it's just a little, isn't there, to that front right of the Chubby Buns entry of the Brothers Racing. Oh, that's probably where it's come from as well.
Yeah, it looks like Matt McMillan, he's got a little bit of pace over Mike Korolev at this stage, so he looked like he was pretty keen to get the nose up the inside, and I think exactly what you just said, he's probably done it once, so he's having a look here now. I think Mike will just open up the wheel and just give him that position. You don't want to put up too much of a fight. Oh, Mike's made contact with him, he's turned him round. Oh, he straightened him back up again. But just that little bit of contact, I was just going to say, it's really tricky to go through that part of the racetrack and not make contact. So Mike Korolev just made a little bit of contact to the back of Matt McMillan. I think the stewards may have a quick look at that.
The famous iRacing net code there, it's like we didn't see them actually make contact on screen. There's still a bit of space there, but I tell you what, the iRacing car models absolutely would have been a lot closer than that. So it's you cannot get luckier than that for Matt McMillan, that he got straightened back up again with another hit, because he could have found himself facing the wrong way real quick. And in terms of places on this track that I want to be facing the wrong way, onto the main straight is absolutely not one of them.
Yeah, I think the only thing they had going for him too is thankfully there was a little bit of margin before any other cars coming too. But so he's got a little bit more damage to that car. And like you said, they do have 2 fast repairs. For me, if I was that team, I wouldn't be using that fast repair just yet. Just push on for a little bit.
Yeah, as we look to the front here as well, Jamie Dyke, what's happened here? He's just dropped a few spots there. Let me see if we can get a bit of a quick look back at that, because we just seen him drop down the order pretty quickly as we came through this first corner off the straight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting close here. You can see, a big dive. Oh, he's gone in really deep. Lock. Oh, yeah. So I was just waiting for that tyre to lock, and he's run wide.
That'll do it. Yep.
Yeah, that was a big call to make that big dive. Unfortunately, couldn't pull it up, but thankfully got away with it. Just ran a little bit wide, and now he's back in the thick of it.
Could be much worse, but still in amongst it, absolutely. And I see in the chat, no red wheels for Jamie Dyke today. I don't know, mate. They look pretty red to me.
Yeah, there he goes.
He's looking all right now, but he's settled back in. So we'll keep an eye on that front 4, because they're in amongst it, and as you can see, they're pushing hard, even though we've got so far to go that deep under brakes. Who's that? Is that the just come off there?
It's so easy to do though. When you're racing a group of guys around you, it's so easy to think, I'll just brake that little bit deeper just for the guy that's next to me, and I'll get this one position. But what he or her is thinking is that I'm going to brake just that little bit deeper as well, because I think old mate's going to shove it up the inside, and that's exactly what normally happens. Is that it's a braking duel into the turn. Someone gets it wrong, run a little bit wide, and it's so easy to get caught out by that.
Yeah, it happens all too often, and it's always the strategy, right? You're sitting there trying to decide how to defend in that corner, at the same time as trying to take a quick line through it. A big break up in the background there. Was that the Balance Stewart Foundation entry? Matt Vanderkroon keeping it together, but a huge lock up through that chicane. It's it's tough. It's really tough, and to be able to be a top quality driver, it has to come naturally to you that you're thinking about your line as well as a defensive line. I can tell you what, I'm not there. I can run a fast lap, or I can go defensive. I struggle to do both. I really do.
Well, it catches you out, doesn't it? Because you know where your braking marker is for your fast hot lap. and you try to go that little bit deeper, and it's so easy. Like you said, we're not dealing with traction control and everything for these guys. We're not dealing with ABS, so it's really coming down to the drivers, talent. And we see someone's in pit lane.
Yeah, let's go back just quickly here. This is the Ungangatangas Racing. I'm going to give it a shot here. I'm not sure what's happened, but he's spun it right around here.
Has he caught curb? No.
I'm not sure. Is he just...
He's in the lane.
It's too hot. Has too. He's just coming.
He's taken the bumper off it as well.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, is it?
I wonder. It's so easy to get caught out if you come in and turn in too narrow. Sometimes you can clip the guard, and it might have clipped his left rear, and it spun him nose first into the guard railing. So I wonder, you probably only see that from a helicopter view. But bad luck. And now look at him. He's on the brakes. He's done the right thing. He knows he's a lap down. He's just getting right out of the way. Not ideal, but look, lap 18, they can still push on from here. Hopefully a safety car, they might get their lap back. But that's an easy one to do if he has done that. If he's just come in a little bit too hot in the lane, he might have just clipped that Armco barrier on the inside, and that's what spun the car around.
Yeah, and look, to Mitchell Allison, I'm really sorry we've caught that one on the broadcast for you, mate. I'm sorry that's the first time we've taken a good look at the car, but that's all part of the racing, isn't it? As we take a little bit of a look further ahead at some of the cars a bit down the order, the QPR entries, the 21 and 17 with Dylan Sipple and Peter Latham here. Just playing a bit of a slower game, I think, as we know that the QPR 17 entry and also the PJM racing entry alongside the QPR 21 all started from the pit, so a lap down at this point. So we'll just have to keep an eye on them and see how that strategy plays out. Nick, it'd be interesting to see if your 919 and 14 decide to change that strategy and pit early because they're out of position. You're absolutely on the money there. If we look ahead to where they are, the Balance Stewart Foundation entry with Matt Van der Kroon and the Accelerate Endurance with Anthony Visma. Now, Anthony Visma, that's a name I know. I've not seen him race a bunch, but I know he's pretty quick. So one to watch here, and they absolutely are coming up on a lot of traffic. So you talk about strategy, this is where you start to think about, okay, do I want some clean air? Do I get in early and top it off? We're 20 laps in, so they've probably used a little bit of fuel, but not much. So you can make it a fairly quick stop and just give yourself a bit more headroom in terms of how far you're going before you run into this traffic again.
Well, it reminds me of that battle that we saw with Mac McMillan before. He was trying to get that pass done on Mike Korolev, and they came together. So, if you feel like you've got a little bit more pace than the teams and drivers around you, then, you can roll the dice and play a bit of strategy and do a short pit stop, just to get yourself some clear air. And that pace that you've got will benefit you a little bit later on. So that's the beauty of endurance racing, is that someone can roll the dice with strategy.
And this is why you love endurers. Now, I'll be honest, I've been given a bit of grief, and rightly so, for a couple of comments I made not too long ago, jumping into an iRacing event going, I love endurers, love these 40-minute races. It's not really endurance at that point, is it? It's when you're kind of boys like this, 161 laps, that you have to have that strategy down. As we take a look at the Accelerate Endurance, one entry of Lorne McKee here. So Rebecca Bogan, a big supporter, keeping an eye on Team Accelerate. And you know what, we might go on board for a lap here with Lorne and just check out the view as you make your way around Sandown.
How good's that? A lap around the Sandown International Raceway. I don't know if we put the Mozza on, but
we
got caught up in a little bit of drama there.
Yeah, not what you'd want to see. Just got a little bit loose through a few of those corners and gave up a couple of positions. But yeah, love the sound of these V8s as they get around Sandown. So worth us shutting up so everyone else gets to enjoy them as well, hey?
Absolutely, and it gives you that bit of an understanding for what these drivers have got ahead of them, you know, constantly, lap after lap, just making sure you try to make as little mistakes as you can, because, you know, everyone's got their work cut out for them, and you can see just what they're facing, having to bounce up over these curbs, hit their markers, and then race around the drivers they've got battling with them.
Yeah, as we take a look up front, Brian Borg starting to build a little bit of a gap here, almost out to a second from Jason Benz. It doesn't sound like a lot, but if it's just enough to break that draft down the straight, he's going to start to pick up some more time. The M1 Racing entries, though, they're starting to link up with each other there, so we'll see how they go on their lap times as we get around. But there we go, Brian Borg pulling away down the main straight, just extending his lead slightly. Hopefully can hold it under brakes. And again, I don't want to be the curse today, right? You can't be too long watching anyone just in case, but these guys out in front are setting a pretty cracking pace. You know, they're consistently pretty much a 1:07 flat as they're making it around, as we get just a little bit loose there with the QPR entry. He's held it together though.
Yeah, well, this little four-car breakaway, what they're trying to do, I think, break the spirits of everyone else behind them. But like we said, there's so much that'll play out. You know, who knows whether we get a safety car that may just mix things up a little bit. So, you know, yes, they're pushing on. They're getting that little bit of a margin. But, you know, if I was a little bit further in the back, if I'm 5th to 10th or whatever, don't stress too much if you're seeing the drivers disappear into the distance, because that can change. And look at what we saw before. Someone makes a drive into pit lane and just a little incident in pit lane, and that turns their race upside down. So that could easily happen to the guys up front.
Yeah, I reckon there's probably a few drivers already praying for a safety car to get them back in touch, and you know that's going to help in a big way over a race of this sort of distance. It's not going to take much to compress the field again. All we need is a couple of laps of safety car, and that's going to be it for all of these gaps. But right now, those front four, a 5-second gap over Simon Haynes in the QPR Garage 243 entry at 5th. That's, you know, you're going to be feeling that as Simon Haynes. He's going to be probably feeling that clear air in front of him, which, you know, isn't a bad thing either. There's nothing holding him up if he's got the pace, but if that gap keeps climbing out, he's certainly going to start to worry about the pace he's putting in and whether he needs to change the strategy a little.
Yeah, and I think the beauty about being at this point of the race, 24 laps, we're probably not too far away about maybe seeing first round of pit stops, depending on what their fuel mileage is. But, you know, they'll be starting to think about how they've obviously got a real understanding of how the car feels and whether they can push a little bit more. If they think they're quite happy to sit, and, you know, there's always benefits there. You can save just a tiny bit of fuel. You can roll out of the throttle a little bit. You know, yeah, it's early days for that, but that can benefit you in the long run too.
This is the thing, right? It's all strategy. You can start to save a bit of fuel now and be planning to get those extra couple of laps in over some of the people around you. But one safety car, and all of a sudden everyone pits in, and you've got to rework the whole thing. It's a good thing these guys are actually racing in a team, because these guys out on track can concentrate on the driving while the rest of their team are sitting there crunching numbers. And I guarantee, particularly for some of the fast boys, they're going to be fast boys and girls, to be fair. They're going to be calculating just what they need at the moment, but being ready to completely change the strategy as the race unfolds.
Absolutely. There's nothing more crucial than a team like any of these teams that are taking part in this, that you've got someone in the background that's crunching the numbers, because you just want, your sole purpose as a driver is just to push on and have someone on the cans just telling you what to do from there on in. You get someone else to think about the pit stops and everything else, then that's really a feather in your cap, because it's one less thing that you have to worry about.
Yeah, and look, as these guys start to settle in, you know, 25 laps, they're starting to get a good feel for the track conditions. Their tyres are up to 10. Hopefully we're going to see them settle into endurance mode here a bit as it all spreads out and start just worrying about turning in some consistent laps. I do just want to take a quick look back at a couple of incidents that I think we might have missed along the way. And this is the Angry Birds Racing 16 entry of Peter Sattler. I just want to see what's happened. I think he might have had an issue under brakes potentially.
Oh, has he gone in deep? No, he's done it well. Oh, he had a wiggle there.
Yeah, big wiggle, got very loose, and then as we come through here, just a bit of contact between them, and they ended up spun around. What an awful spot to be backwards.
Yeah, it's got the 43 involved too, so...
Yeah, that's the
wow.
DX2 black entry of Peter Baxter as well, I think, that's got involved.
Synchronised spinning.
Synchronised spin, though. I'm glad we went back to have a look at that, because that was beautiful. Well done, boys.
Yeah.
You may have had a coming together, but geez, you made it look classy.
Gee, just unfortunate. Just got into the door and then sent them both round. So, yeah, bit of a shame for those guys. But look, thankfully, it's still early days and they can still bounce back. But yeah, that synchronised spinning, that was pretty special.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. That's going in the highlight reel, absolutely.
Yeah.
It can't all be good overtakes and good passes. You know, this stuff happens. But hey, it's all good viewing for everyone. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We are 27 laps in, 161. I don't know about you, Sam, but it feels to me like it's going past really quick already. It's such clean racing. There's no safety cars to slow down the field, but it's going to be a good set of laps ahead and a good race to watch.
Absolutely, and it's one of those deals that you think you've got all the time in the world for 161 laps, but when you're in the thick of it and you're losing time to leaders and you need to make ground, those laps go away from you so quick, and it's amazing how quick it happens when you're in the seat too. You know, you might key the radio, you've had your head down and you're just plugging away at it, and then you might talk to the team like, oh yeah, we're 27 laps in, we're not far from pit stop. You're like, oh, you're kidding. But then it can also go pear-shaped, like you're almost hanging out of the seat. Like, what's going on, boys? When are we doing driver changes? It's like, it's only like 10, mate, keep pushing. So it can be catch-22 sometimes.
Yeah, so look, and speaking of the stint lengths, right, I'm not super familiar with the fuel capacities of the V8 supercars on iRacing. Again, you know, not an endurance expert. What sort of time and distance do we usually expect to see here? Like, when are these guys actually going to start running really light on fuel, do you reckon?
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll be too far away from it. I really haven't been in the scope as far as talking to the teams to see what sort of fuel mileage is, but we wouldn't be too far away from it. And of course, the other thing that's playing on their mind is making sure that they get that minimum 54-lap driver requirement too. So being lap 28, they'll be thankful that the drivers that are in the seat at the moment, I don't imagine anyone would have done any driver changes, especially for the teams that have already made those early pit stops. So, you know, to keep ticking away those laps, that'll be working in their favour, but it wouldn't be too far away, I imagine. So don't forget, if there's any teams out there that want to join us throughout the broadcast, make sure you slide into the green room if you're sitting there and you want to have a chat to us and tell us how your strategy's playing out. Maybe give us a bit of an inside scoop. That'd be good.
Yeah, don't mind a bit of inside knowledge. You know, we promise not to share it with too many people. Just the World Wide Web. That's fine. Mate, I've been watching these guys coming around, and I just want to take a moment to look at a particular livery that I've had my eye on. The 666 Granny Spec Racing entry with Matt Wicks behind the wheel right now. Let's just see if we can get a good shot as he lets some of these faster drivers through. Have a look at this livery.
It's not bad at all, is it? Love the bonnet.
Not bad. And everyone's favourite Bunnings Warehouse sponsoring. That's a bloody
look at that. The old plates too. That's a nice little touch.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Granny Spec Racing. I am a fan. You've won my respect and my admiration for that one today. I do love something that's a bit unusual. You know, it doesn't always have to look like a real race car. This is the fun of sim racing. We can, within the bounds of course, iRacing's broadcast rules on what sponsors you have on there. It's always good to have something a bit different out on track.
And also a nice little reminder for Pink Finss as well, who's the charity we're supporting for the Pink Finss Sandown 500. So you see those colours on board. I love seeing a bit of pink on these race cars. It reminds me of you know, when everyone goes pink at the cricket. I love that for Glenn McGrath Foundation. But for today, it's all about Pink Finss. And don't forget, if you feel inclined, there is a link in our YouTube channel to support Pink Finss. Any money raised is helping the men, women and their families that are diagnosed with cancer. So every dollar counts. Don't feel obligated, but like I said, if you've only got a couple of dollars to spare and you feel like supporting them, they will be more than happy to take any donations. Like I said, every dollar counts.
Yeah, I'll just jump in quickly. I've just noticed that the Angry Birds Racing number 16 entry did cop a black flag there. So I reckon they've been given a drive-through for that touch and spin there. So Peter Sattler, we enjoyed the coordinated recovery, but I think he's found himself with a quick drive-through penalty just as a reparation for causing that incident. So keeping an eye on that where we can, guys, and we'll try and keep you in touch with what's happening in race control as well.
Yeah, the stewards have looked at that, made their decision, but that's it. Every time you think about making a move, spin down the front straightaway. That's hard contact. Oh, well, have we just done a commentator's curse again, mate?
It's me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Matt. That's clearly my fault. It's nothing you've done with your driving, mate. It's. I feel so
thankfully.
bad right now.
Look, he nosed it into the Armco barrier. We probably have to see a replay possibly to see if there's any more damage, but just hard luck up against the barrier. I think the bumper and everything is still on it. Oh no, there's another car backwards on the back straightaway too. So it's all starting to happen here.
That's a QPR 17 entry, Peter Latham. Let's take a quick look back there and just see if we can catch what's happened. Might have to go back just a little further.
This will give us a good understanding because looks like he's by himself at this stage. Yeah, here we are, lap 31, and it's all starting to play out with incidents and dramas and people making little mistakes.
Yeah, you got to wonder, are the tyres starting to feel it a bit at this point? It's pretty early for a set of tyres to be struggling, but if you overheat them a little bit, they lose grip pretty quick in the iRacing tyre model, so it doesn't take much sometimes.
Has he caught too much curb? Oh, it's on throttle. Oh, the rear's just got away from him, unfortunately. And he's lost the bumper off the front.
Control, honestly. Yeah. It's an art form driving one of these cars, and you can see it doesn't take much. He was clean. He didn't cop any of the curb there. Just too much throttle with too much steering at the same time, and he's around. He's done very, very well though to turn that back around in that space and without obstructing anyone.
Yeah, and look, let's decided to make a pit stop just to go fix that damage that he had on board the car. So, yes, we're starting to just see a couple of things happen with these drivers, isn't it? There we are, lap 33 of 161. And we were just talking about the struggles that some of these drivers have with these cars. These cars are not easy to drive, and that's proof in the pudding right there.
Yeah, look, a quick question in the YouTube chat, and I'm sorry it's taking a bit to get to it with you, Rebecca, but how long will the link to donate be open? The link is always open to donate. We've not put together a special one today for the event or anything. You're just heading straight over to the Pink Finss website where they have a donation set up there. So we didn't worry about setting up any special trackers for that. I think it's it's not about how much we raise today. It's about raising awareness, and any money we do raise for Pink Finss is always greatly appreciated by the crew there. So we've left that link there for you, so that anyone that watches this video at any time on YouTube from now into, I don't know, the heat death of the universe, I reckon will be when YouTube finally shuts down. That link should be up and running for as long as Pink Finss exists. So feel free to jump in. If it's not today and you can't afford it today, that's totally fine. There's no judgment day. Or if you just don't have the funds in the account today, anytime, Pink Finss are going to be happy to get the support. So that'll do nicely. Steve Brumley needs to get a wriggle on. He's putting the pressure on him there. He's not doing too bad, sitting in 10th at the moment. And look, he's on a pretty good lap at this stage. But he's into the pits there, and looks like time for a fuel stop. So I'm wondering if perhaps the wriggle on's actually more of a strategic decision from Brumley in the SLS Racing entry, because he's in there obviously taking on quite a bit of fuel at the moment. Let's see how that plays out for him over the next half hour or so.
Yeah, that's one of the things about sitting in pit lane is that you want that full tank, and it feels like forever when you're out there on the jack stands and we get a full tank of fuel, but you know that it's going to be swings and roundabouts that everyone else has to go through that same deal. So as painful as it is sitting there, it's nice to have that little bit of a breather too.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt as we see the lights flashing on the QPR entry down the straight, just letting the slower drivers know they're on their way through, because they're getting caught up a bit in traffic here. This little train here, we've got the QPR entry with Jason Bentz, and then the M1 Racing entry is red and blue, Jamie Dyke and Ty Delaney right behind him. But they're getting caught up in some of the lap traffic. Looks like the PJM racing entry. We've got a QPR entry in there. Is that who's that there just going past? The 868 entry. So they're finding themselves caught up a little bit there anyhow, and hopefully they all manage to make it through reasonably quickly.
A huge shout out to the drivers that unfortunately are going a lap down at the moment. That's really good sportsmanship that we see, that, you know, people are mindful that there's other teams that are sort of in the thick of it and they move over. We've seen a couple of instances throughout the race so far where people have just really got right off the racing line and almost come to a stop just to give those drivers racing room. And so it's never easy when your race doesn't go to plan and you start going laps down, but the sportsmanship that we've seen today so far is a real credit to the teams and the drivers that are involved, and given that racing room. So well done, those guys.
Yeah, as we see, Steve Grumley wanting to get a move on. He's now got these guys all over the back of him. He's a lap down with a full tank of fuel, possibly cold tyres. We don't get to see if he's actually changed the tyres there as well. But why wouldn't you while you're in the pits taking on that much fuel?
Yeah,
so he's going to want to be thinking about giving these guys some space to get through without damaging his chances too much as well. But right now, the QPR entry, Jason Benz, just enjoying a free toe down the back straight. Question on the chat, Stacey Boyd, Fishy and M1 merge. I'm not actually sure on that. I'm sorry, Stacey. I know there's been a couple of team mergers lately, so it's entirely possible. We might see if we can grab one of the guys from M1 Racing in here to have a chat to us about the livery at some stage. But yeah, they're certainly looking resplendent, aren't they, with the little, what is it, piranha fish skeleton down the side. I love to look at that. There's another entry from M1 Racing as well. It's got it in chrome. It just looks bloody brilliant.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is a one-off special event too, as we're raising funds and awareness for Pink Finss. So, you know, some of these teams may have just got together for this one-off, as they may not have had driver pairings that are available. So, yeah, but we'll endeavour to have a look and see what it is. And a big shout out to everyone who's watching and providing some chat. It's good to see that people are interacting with the broadcast, and feel free to say hi and throw any more questions. We love hearing them from you guys and girls.
Yeah, it means we don't have to always have the questions for each other here, which doesn't hurt either. We do have a Fishy Motorsport entry back here in P17 with Jamie McKnight behind the wheel. This is the livery that I love, that chrome fish up the side. Looks bloody good, doesn't it? And I've seen this one a couple of times in one of the other leagues that I keep an eye on. I reckon it's one of the better looking supercar liveries out there that I've seen anyone put together. Obviously, they've made a few touches for today's special event, and of course Jamie McKnight behind the wheel is kind of the reason that this has all come about, from what I understand. He's had a chat to the guys at Alliance Sim Racing about putting this one on as his wife Felicity goes through her own battle for cancer. So today really is, it's not only a fundraising event for Pink Finss, but it's also a bit of a tribute race for the McKnight family, and I'm hoping once he gets out of the car in just a little while, we'll be able to get him in and he can tell us a bit more of the story. But right now, sitting in 17th, making some good time around the track. He's on pace pretty consistently in the mid 107s, so looking pretty sharp at this stage, as the pack of three led out by M1 Racing Black Entry and Chris Burridge behind the wheel make their way around another lap of Sandown, lap 38 now for the front runners. And mate, you're getting a call up here. The V8 Veterans League miss you, mate. They want you back in the V8 Vets League.
Oh, jeez. I don't know if they need any more people getting lapped and lapped, do they?
I don't know. No. Just lap someone.
No, vets. Yeah, I've been thinking about it, to be honest. I was doing some laps in the lead up to this the Pink Finss Sandown 500, and I thought I'd get my backside trackside and do some laps just to have sort of an understanding of what these guys and girls are up against. And yeah, I am keen to do a little bit more racing, so don't be too surprised if you see me back. But yeah, did some vets racing, and I've raced up against Jamie McKnight, and he's certainly handed my tail to me a couple of times. Decent driver, so don't be surprised if you see Jamie McKnight up the field a little bit later on too.
Yeah, it's certainly a chance, isn't it? Just a question from Reese there. Can you flash up the leaders' lap times in a race pace? Yeah, look, let's Let's have a look at the last lap, and geez, the formatting a little off. I'm sorry, guys, we've had to throw this together for today, but leaders lapping around the high 1 minute 7s at the moment. The best lap from the leaders are 1:7 flat, so they're down a little bit on their best pace, but I think that's just as everyone starts to settle in. You know, some of those best laps set much earlier in the race as well. I think the best lap that we've seen today would have to be the M1 Racing Blue entry. Ty Delaney's managed a 1 minute 6.693, so just under the 1:07 mark is pretty well the quickest that we've seen so far today. And really anything in the 106s is blistering at Sandown. That's a really, really quick pace. So to see these guys lapping consistent 107s in an endurance race blows my freaking mind.
Yeah, and don't forget we're talking 40 lap old tyres. We're talking that fuel tank's obviously getting that little bit lighter, but 40 laps round here too, a little bit of fatigue slips in too. So for these drivers to still be lapping at that pace is really good. They'll be quite happy with that. And like you said, anyone who's in the sixes, we may see that when driver changes happen. They've got a fresh driver in the seat. You've got new tyres on board. But yeah, for the moment, they're lapping quite well.
Yeah, as we take a look around the field and just see how everyone's going around the place. The Veteran Gaming Australia entry here, Mark Veranda behind the wheel. Another good looking livery. I've got to see if we can get him in here to have a bit of a chat to us later about the Veterans Gaming entry. Just see what Veteran Gaming Australia is all about. But I have a fair idea as a guess off that livery. As I said before, guys, if you are watching this while you're waiting for your driver on track to come in, then either jump into the green room or let the driver on track know to do that when you do that driver change, because we'd love to talk to you about what's happening on track and how it's feeling. We get a bit of a view of it from here, but nothing like some words from the hot seat itself.
Absolutely, gives you a chance to give your sponsors a plug too. I know how important it is for sponsors, and we're lucky enough to have West Automotive, Quantum Tint Solutions, M1 Used Cars, and Tim Nicol Photography, who have jumped on the bandwagon to support the Pink Finss Sandown 500. So, hey, why not? These teams and drivers should get in and give their sponsors a plug too, because we're lucky enough to do this, but to have sponsors on board and support foundations like Pink Finss, it all puts us in a bit of a lucky situation, and something that you probably would never have dreamed of about 10 or 15 years ago, to play a game and to be able to do something like this.
Yeah, not wrong. And let's not forget, iRacing itself, it's not free. So the support of these sponsors today in support of Pink Finss is very, very much appreciated, because it's their support that's allowed us to put the day on. iRacing being what it is one of the premier racing services in the world. The level of detail in their tracks, in their car models, in their physics models is really, really well regarded. There's a reason that it's used as one of the prime esports leagues for all of the big names. And we know we've got people like Max Verstappen out there lapping around in between qualifying races in F1. So it says a whole lot about the quality of iRacing. But of course, with that quality, there comes a cost in putting on these sort of events. The sessions are hosted by iRacing at a reasonable cost. It's not excessive. But it does mean that someone's got to reach into the pockets. So a big thank you to all of the sponsors today, because it lets us really enjoy a quality race with some amazing drivers in support of a fantastic foundation.
I see a couple of drivers in pit lane too, so there's some pit stops happening for a couple of those teams. So here we are, lap 43, and there's already a number of teams that have already made their first stop. And so strategy starting to play out.
About 40 laps is about where it starts to play out. Now, if we look down the tower, the top 12 so far haven't made a stop, and that's where you hit your first one. So Brian Borg was leading the race there, has just made his first stop by the look of it. So just waiting on him coming out, and we've just had the Angry Birds Racing entry head on into the pit lane as well, back in 12th. So the top 10 are all looking like they've got to be coming in soon, you'd think, to make their stops. There's a couple further back in the field that haven't as well, but broadly speaking, a good chunk of the field now making their first driver changes as well. So let's see how quick they can get in and out.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a price to pay when you do driver swaps too. So those stops will be a little bit longer when they do a driver swap. But of course, everyone has to go through it. But the benefit is you get that driver and you got a fresh set of legs and a fresh set of arms behind the wheel, and that can always result in some lap time too. So the beauty is that everyone's got to go through that same pain, but geez, it's nice when you've done a stint, whether it be around Sandown, Bathurst, whether you race at Spa. Oh, locked tyre there. Oh, lucky to get through that. That's where we've been lucky where that area has been paved now at the end of Dandenong Road, is that, it was so easy to have a big incident there when that was just all grass. So thankfully you can get away with just locking a tyre and running wide. And Jason Dunn's day continues on.
Yeah, very, very lucky to get away with it. I'm surprised you didn't cop a bit of a slowdown penalty there from iRacing's off-track detection, but hey, it's one of those corners where it's going to happen pretty regularly. So, one to keep an eye. Big smoke there. What's happened here? We'll just have a look and see if we... Yeah, something's happened there, I reckon.
It's like tyre marks. Look like a car might have been pointing the wrong way, but that's only a guess.
Let's take a quick look and see if we can find who it might have been and where. That's the QPR 17 with Troy Sibyl behind the wheel.
Oh, big dive.
There it is. It's a veteran game. Tapped him, spun him around. Geez, he'd be unhappy with that, I'm sure. He's 2 laps up on the Veteran Gaming Australia entry. That's unfortunate. It can happen in racing. But, Troy Sibyl, I know he'll be keen to make up a bit of that lost time pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was a big move, wasn't it? Just unfortunately, the car was all locked up and just made contact with him. Unfortunately, he was a sitting duck. There wasn't much that he could do about it. Copped that tap and around he went. Looks like I see a couple of more cars in the lane as well now. So it's really getting exciting now with pit stops.
Yeah, this is where it all starts to play out, doesn't it? And we start to see, a lap or so gap, because it can be a long stop when you're taking on a lot of fuel and a driver change. We're only talking 1 minute and 7 or thereabouts to do a lap around Sandown, and so it's pretty easy to go a lap down just by making a pit stop. I think from memory the iRacing driver change is an enforced 30 or 40 second time penalty for a driver change. So it depends on obviously how it's set up by the particular session as to whether that's concurrent or not. But when you've got a lap of 1 minute and 7, a lot of fuel to take on, plus a driver change, as we see the Accelerate Endurance 2 entry come in, Mick Clifton in for his stop. That can put you a lap down, and you've got to not let that get to you, because the leaders have got to come in ahead. Everyone's going to be back on the same lap after they get through their stops. So got to keep your head right.
Here we go. So lap 46, Paul's in the lane 2, car 44. So he was in third when he hit the lane. So I don't imagine it'll be too much longer before we see the top 3 in. Lap 46 of 161. You see him now peeling off. There's our race leader, Ty Delaney. He's in. Jamie Dyke's in as well.
So this will reset it all a bit, and I think we're probably looking at who may end up the. Oh no! You know what? Brian Borg's out. I reckon Brian Borg out in front. Jamie Dyke, Trav Daly out in the M1 Racing Red and Blues haven't made their stops. So Brian Borg in third right now. He's got a stop under his belt, so I reckon he's going to sit as the on-track leader as the M1 Racing entries both come in for their stop. And so let's keep an eye on Brian Borg here as he comes around, as he should, I would imagine, jump pretty safely up into the lead. The average pit stop time, looking down the tower of info we've got here, most of these stops taking just over a minute. So that's total lane time in to out. So yeah, if you're not on the lead lap, you'll only be a few seconds off when you do recover from that. But everyone getting in and out, well, pretty much in dead on a minute. So nice quick changes. Only spending about 35-40 seconds in the box, depending on how much fuel they're taking on. But we see Brian Borg on lap 47 now out in the lead, being followed closely behind by Jamie McKnight, who's up 10 spots from his starting position. Now we'll just have to see whether that's due to a good strategy or just luck at this point that's landed in there. But I suspect it's probably got a little something to do with how he's been driving early on.
Yeah, and he's made his pit stop, hasn't he? So that's what I was curious to see, just to see where he's at. But if he's P2 at the moment, he'd be pretty happy with that at this stage.
Yeah, look, word is from the chat that Steve Brumley, I think it is doing a double stint and then finishing off with their hotter driver is what we're told. So we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, SLS Racing doing well, sitting in 8th as the first round of stops all get done. So let's see how that strategy plays out ahead for you.
And that was something that we touched on a little bit earlier in the broadcast, is that you're going to have your two drivers. You're going to probably have one that, you might think is your A driver and your B driver. And it happens in real-world supercars too. So, sometimes people just play out their strategy different, and they might want to have their faster of the two drivers, at the second part where they want to push on and take the checkered flag. So, and that's the beauty of, wide there, both cars. Managed to get away with it. It's all part of the strategy, isn't it, as far as how your driver pairings go and when you put them in the seat at the right time.
As we take a look back at the SLS entry sponsored by Sheer Genius, and these guys all lapping pretty close. Simtech Performance with Paul Burns in that striking red and black livery just ahead of them, as Steve Grumley looks to just tack onto the back and make up the half a second gap that he's got there, but he's followed closely by the QPR Garage 243 with Joe Mahoney behind the wheel. And these guys are really using every inch of the track there. When you think about some of the track limits that are placed, 4 wheels off those curbs will be enough to send you into a slowdown penalty. And they're pushing bloody close to it on a lot of these. You can tell the skill that they've got in placing these cars right where they want them.
And it's funny, you talk about how close the racing is throughout this field, is that just that little bit of a slowdown can cost you maybe 2 or 3 spots depending on what sort of battle pack you're in. So, you don't think much of it at the time when you're lapping around by yourself, but if you're in a battle pack, those couple of seconds can be crucial, and then it takes so long to sometimes get those positions back because everyone's racing so hard. And it's the old adage, like you touched on before earlier, is that it's catching's one thing and passing's another.
Yeah, we'll just call out, Race Control has indeed confirmed that the Veteran Gaming Australia entry was black flagged for that contact earlier with the QPR entry, I think it was, wasn't it? So he'll be serving a drive-through for that one, I'm sure. The thing with those slowdowns, one of the things we've seen change in this week's update actually. With iRacing, they were having some issues with the slowdowns, really over-calculated. So up until this week, it doesn't look like they've got it fixed now, but you could be given a slowdown penalty, and if you didn't basically jump on the brakes straight away, it just started multiplying. You'd find yourself with a 20-second on-track slowdown penalty. And I tell you what, it feels like an eternity, particularly if you're at a fast track like Sandown. That's going to lose you more than one position, even with the drivers all spread out like they are right now. We see a bit of brake smoke there in turn 1. I think everyone having a bit of a fun time with testing out their braking limits into turn 1. I'm not quite sure who that's come from. As we look ahead to the M1 racing entries of Trapp Daly and Steve Kennedy sitting in 4th and 5th. Quite a bit of space down the back straight compared to what we were seeing not so long ago, but this is lap 50, almost a third of the way through this Sandown 500 supporting Pink Finss.
Yeah, and of course we're going to see a couple of drivers, obviously we'll have maybe some fresh talent behind the wheel. So it could be these teams just getting themselves into a rhythm again. It's like the race all over again for some of these drivers that it might be just getting in for the first time for this race. So, you're going to see the odd tyre lock up, but mate, overall, I think everyone should be fairly proud of themselves because it's been relatively clean. Yes, we've seen a couple of incidents here and there, but sometimes that's just good hard racing, and unfortunately someone gets in a little bit deep and there's a little bit of contact, but overall I think everyone should be fairly happy with the way the race is playing out so far.
Yeah, and look, it's worth pointing out, one of the gifts really to these drivers today from Race Control and the race organisers, they do have 2 fast repairs up their sleeve. I'm just having a look at the list. There's only a couple teams that have had to use one or both of those fast repairs, so that's gonna keep these guys in the contest. It means that they can feel like they can push it a bit harder, take some of those risks, particularly with the late braking, and know that if they do get unstuck, it's not going to cost them 5-10 minutes in the pits with those repairs necessarily. Now, if we take a look at who's actually used up both of those fast repairs already. Just having a look, we've seen both of those for the QPR 17 racing entry of Troy Sipple. And unfortunately, one of those is going to have come, I imagine, from his contact with the Veteran Gaming Australia car coming into turn 1 there. So, look, he's used them both up, and it's a shame that it's not through any fault of his own, really, there. But that's going to have them thinking about how hard they can actually push it to regain some spaces on the track. The other crew that's used up Granny Spec Racing with James Hardy now behind the wheel. So they're going to have to be pretty careful across the rest of this race to make sure they don't find themselves sitting in the pit for too long. As we continue to watch the Accelerate Endurance 2 entry mark out and behind the wheel, another one looking really, really nice, very, very tidy livery that they've put together for today. Followed very closely by Rick Vigor, who's jumped into the Angry Birds Racing 14 entry. So he'll be taking his first stint out here and seeing what he can do as he sits only 3/10 off the bumper and looking for an opportunity to start making some positions, currently sitting in 16th behind Markout.
Oh, just watching these three battle through. Oh, a little bit of nose to tail there. Everyone was quite gentlemanly though. Good hard racing. And just moving out of the way. I wonder...
Yeah, that's Rob Baxter in the 6-2 blue back in 23rd, so he's doing the right thing, giving him some space, but certainly not giving up his free toe down the back either.
Yeah, and yeah, good sportsmanship. Again, we touched on that, and it is, isn't it? It's catch-22. It's like you want to be as gentlemanly as you can, but you also want to try and grab whatever little draft just so you don't lose too much, because obviously everyone's racing someone throughout their race. You don't want to give up too much margin, but really good to see, really good sportsmanship.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the Unganga Tangas racing entry there, Mitchell Allison, mate, I'm sorry, you can't give me a name like that to try and pronounce on broadcast. Just getting a little bit loose through those chicanes and dropping back a little bit further there as well. So, tell you what, these cars proving a handful, and everyone obviously still pushing ahead pretty hard, because we're not seeing anyone back off right out wide there again. Mitchell Allison just pushing it to the very limits of what that car's capable of at the moment.
Just noticing that the race between the leader and second, Jamie McKnight, is that margin was about 12 or 13 seconds earlier. It's now out to 16.5 seconds. So, you know, I don't know if that's just Brian pushing on or Jamie's just sort of taking it easy, but yeah, it's obviously little different strategies for all these teams and drivers. And I'll tell you what, I'm surprised we haven't seen a safety car. It's been relatively clean and not enough to cause a safety car, which is good because it's letting these teams and drivers really race hard for it.
It is, and if we get a safety car in the next 2 laps, that one's on you, just for the record. I've done my fair share of putting the moxie on people. No, it has been really clean, and it's been great to see, because Sandown's not a particularly big track. You know, the passing opportunities are fairly limited, as we see the Granny Spec Racing entry just running into the dirt there. There's not a bunch of passing opportunities through corners on this track, so you know, you end up pushing pretty hard in some pretty limited space, and so the way that these guys have managed to hold it together, give each other the right amount of space there to get through, is the only thing that's kept us under green flag conditions for so long.
We're getting to a point in the race where it's just everyone is just sort of getting themselves into a groove now. We don't have really some tight battle packs that there's no desperation as far as needing to put a move up the inside. It's everyone just sort of feeling out, and I imagine that most of their strategy would be going to plan. You know, obviously we've seen a couple of dramas throughout the field where the occasional spin, a little bit of contact here and there, but hey, if there's any teams and drivers out there that want to join us in the commentary box, please feel free to join us in the green room, and we'll try and bring you in and have a bit of a chat, because it'll be interesting to find out how a lot of these teams are coping, or whether they think their race is going to plan, or you know, whether things are going to play out a little bit differently as the race goes on. Here we are, laps 56 of 161, so not even halfway yet. The teams have still got their work cut out for them.
I'll tell you what though, this pack here, considering how spread out the rest of the group is at this point, the M1 Racing entries just sandwiching Accelerated Endurance 1's entry. Damien Cairns right in between Trav Daly and Steve Kennedy with only, 8/10 between the three of them. They're sticking in amongst it, and this is the battle for fourth right now. The Racing Blue entry, number 77, managing to hold them off, but Damien Cairns has been threatening for a couple of laps now. I've just been watching the intervals here with the side of my eye, and he's consistently bringing that gap down to just a couple of tenths. So whether he's found a bit of a chink in Trav Daly's armour that he can try and just expose and make the move. I just wonder if he's maybe being held up just a little bit. So we'll drive through yet another puff of brake smoke into that chicane. To tell you what, both corners of the track coming off the straights are really the key points. Who's that? It's just one wide there. That's Rick Vigar in the Angry Birds entry, is it? I think that's just run wide. Coming out of that back corner.
It's so easy to do. You carry so much speed at the end of these straightaways, and just to pinch a brake and lock a little tyre, that's so easy to do, unfortunately. And yeah, you're going to see it a lot, but I think what these teams will want to try and do is obviously minimise that as much as they can. And if you get a little lock brake, that's not too bad. It's when you drag the brake and hurt that tyre, when it keeps going and going. So thankfully, you'll take a small puff of smoke from a tyre than maybe having some contact or making sort of contact with a guardrail, because that's the last thing they want to do. But your point that you brought up earlier about the fast repairs, I'd be a little bit concerned if I'd used up 2 fast repairs at this stage when we're not even at the halfway mark. And I think it's important for these teams just to carry that damage for as long as they can. Oh, let's take a move up the inside, getting nice and close. They gave each other plenty of racing room. He was very gentlemanly, actually, because I thought that gap was going to close right up, but they really gave each other plenty of room. And you were right. You said that you probably felt that he had a little bit more pace, and I think that's exactly what he's starting to show, and he wants to try and find a way past.
Yeah, and look, he's had a look. He's had a poke at it there. I reckon we'll see it again, so we might stick with this one for just a little while, because I do want to see if he manages to take. He looks up the inside, deep under brakes. Look at that. Can he hold the corner? Will we get an over-under here? So he has to run wide. Now here we go, side by side again. But no, keeping it calm. That's a really good choice by Trav Daly. There's no need to go banging doors when we're not even halfway through the race yet. Just settle back in, accept that you're down a spot, and see if you can get a bit of a free toe from someone who's obviously got a bit of pace behind him. Geez, that could have gone wrong, but these guys handling it so well today. Really professional set of drivers out there on track.
Yeah, well, Trav used his brain there, because he knew that he'd already had a dive up the inside at this very turn, the last lap by. So he already knew that he was probably a little bit vulnerable, and you probably end up losing more time than you do defending than what you do just letting them pass sometimes, because he can now just tack on and worry about his own race.
Yeah, and that's the mental battle that goes into these. It's not just physical, and let's be honest, with some of the sim rig setups, it is a physical battle that a lot of these drivers face. Just doing some laps around here, it's not quite the same as being out on track in the heat and the physical movement and exertion you get. But some of these wheels will be feeling very, very heavy in the driver's arms by this point. We're just over a third of the way through, and already there will have been really hard and fast racing for a lot of them. So keeping an eye here on the Paul Burns entry, the Simtech Performance car number 044, as he's just been lapping around pretty consistently. Not making a lot of noise, but has found himself in 7th through some pretty good strategy. As we keep an eye down the pack as well for a few other moves, and we're starting to see a bit of a pack form not far behind. Now these guys are lapped down at the moment, but with pit stops that doesn't mean a whole lot. The Marty Motorsports entry out in front, Shane Patterson behind the wheel, easiest livery for me to spot today. I appreciate that.
Oh, here we go. That's hard contact. That's got nose and tail damage to that car. I wonder if this may bring out a safety car.
This might do it. This might do it.
That car isn't going anywhere.
Let's see if we can catch what's happened there. Into that first corner now. Does he get an assist, or is it simply...
I think he's done it by himself. Oh, he's got up
on
the curb.
Oh, that is big contact to the front end of the Veteran Gaming Australia entry, the 254.
So I apologise, because it did look like there was rear contact as well, but it was just that the way the paint scheme was from that far camera angle. But nose damage.
Plenty of it. I don't think that chassis will go straight from here on. So Ilyas Dogan will be looking to bring that in. Now they, thankfully for them, haven't used a fast repair just yet. So we've got to be happy with that, I reckon.
And this looks like Race Control's quite happy for this race to keep going. So he's got going again. So it's hard, isn't it? You know, still 100 laps to go in this one, but thankfully, and like we touched on, to have those fast repairs up your sleeve, it's a little bit unique with this series. But big damage. There's someone lost the motor. Oh, I wonder if this is the car that just made. Yeah, it was.
Yep, it was.
So he's trying to get back to pit lane. I wonder if he's launched that motor right now. I think he's going to come to a stop, and this will have something for Race Control.
See here. Yeah, that motor is toast, isn't it? Oh, look at the smoke spewing.
You'll hear it detonate in a second.
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it. So, here we go. The safety car is on track.
So this is going to throw a spanner in the works now. These teams, the strategy will go right up in the air for some of them. But no doubt everyone will be darting into pit lane as we see the safety car on track for the first time. Lap 61 of 161 laps for the Pink Finss Sandown 500. And it's really come at the cost of another team. And unfortunately, their day is done. A lot of damage to that car and ended up blunting a motor as well.
Here they all come. Whole lot of driver changes, whole lot of pit stops. Yeah. I reckon we'll see basically the entire field pull in here, and you'd be crazy not to, wouldn't you? So let's wait and see how it all looks as they get back on track. This is chaos. Tell you what, it's times like these I'm glad that iRacing don't have physical contact enabled in the pits, because this would be a nightmare.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's going to work out for a lot of these teams is that a minimum driver laps is 54. So if you've got a driver that's been in there from the start of this race, guess what? They've ticked that box. They don't need to be back in this car anymore. They've made their 62 laps. They've met their minimum requirement. So the teams that have already done that, that's really a big kick and a goal for them as this race goes on.
Now, interestingly, the 919 entry, the Balance Stewart Foundation entry, Matt Vanderkram behind the wheel, who I think has done all the laps so far from what I've been seeing, hasn't come into the pits there. So I'm wondering at this point, he's found himself in first as a result. I'm wondering at this point whether he's going to come in on this lap behind the safety car as they start to stack up. And we'll see if he just takes advantage of that once the field's all compressed. As we see some of the lap cars maybe wave past here. We'll just wait while everyone does get grouped up. But yeah, that's hard luck for the Veteran Gaming Australia entry. I am wondering whether they'll play another part here or if that's their day done.
It's always the way, isn't it? Yeah, these safety cars come at the expense of someone else's misfortune, unfortunately. So, these teams and drivers have been able to capitalise, but there's always a hard luck story. And, to have that significant damage and race ending with a motor detonation, that's a little bit gut-wrenching.
The other thing these guys are going to have to watch for here, the tyre temps. Tyre temps have been up there. They've had plenty of traction. This safety car is slowing the pack right down to give plenty of time to remove that number 254 entry of Veteran Gaming Australia from the track. These guys will have to keep an eye on their tyre temps as they come out of the safety car period. I don't know how long we'll expect this for, but you'd have to think at least a lap or two while they clean it up. And there's a good chance we're going to see. This is the problem with safety car periods, right? You always see incidents out the other side because these drivers are really keen to get going again, and they've just been at race pace for a lot of these guys at least 20 laps since they made their first stop, and they're going to be expecting to go straight back to that sort of pace. They're not necessarily going to have the temp in the tyres to get away with it though.
Looks like their race control's given a chance to maybe they're going at this speed, I imagine, just to do a bit of a wave around for some of the teams. That's why everyone's staying hard left. So there might be just that little break here in racing, which is good for these teams and drivers. Gives them a chance just to regroup catch their breath and get ready for the final part of the Pink Finss Sandown 500.
It's the
And like we
first
said-
lap drivers makes their way past out of the pack there, so race control will be just calling them out to make their way through. Now, if we look at who's down laps at the moment, we've got the Angry Bird Racing entries 14 and 16 with the Vigar family behind the wheel at the moment. So that's 16th and 17th onwards. So they're back on the lead lap now. The Aiden Sykes in the number 25 car will be getting called through. M1 Racing Black, the McMillan Brothers Racing entry with Shannon McMillan behind the wheel. Rob Baxter in the CX2 Blue, the QPR 21 entry will go through. CX2 Black, QPR Hazy and Perrins will go through. Those guys right back to 24th will all be back on the lead lap as a result of this wave through. Then you've got a couple other cars further back that'll probably pick up a couple of laps on it as well. So it'll really bunch the field back up very nicely. We might take an opportunity here just to have a nice closer look at some of these awesome liveries that everyone's put together. So we've got the Balance Stewart Foundation out in front again. You know, would have been Balance Stewart's 19th birthday, so a very special day for those guys, and a beautiful looking livery as well. We jump to the car that's currently in second place, Andrew Dyson, the Racecraft 17. Pretty serious looking livery on that one as well. As we get down to the back straight, so we'll have a look here shortly as to whether they've managed to clear that wreck just yet. No, look, I shouldn't call it a wreck, it's a bit harsh, but the Veteran Gaming Australia entry is certainly not in race condition anymore after those couple of incidents. We'll have a look at the first of the QPR entries. Pretty serious looking liveries there. Nice little happy piston on the back as well, which is good to see. Followed by another one of those Accelerate Endurance entries. Very, very tight deliveries throughout the field, I must say. The M1 Racing entries just behind them as well. And the bright yellow with the fish on the side. And there we go, the Veteran Gaming Australia entry just sitting forlorn on the side, mate. It's you know, it's been a rough day for them. They've had a few incidents throughout, and so they won't be real keen on that as the end to their day. But not much you can do at this stage.
Nah, it's always a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? Especially in endurance racing, and it was just unfortunate the car got away and then made that heavy contact into the guardrail, and that's obviously it's killed the oil pressure, and unfortunately it's just dropped a motor as he's tried to get back to pit lane. So, yep, still back there, and the rest of the field now just trying to sort themselves out. But this really is good for these teams and drivers that were a lap down. They're now getting this lap back, so this really it energizes the race for the rest of the afternoon, because these teams know that things haven't gone great for them. They've gone a lap down, but now they're back in the thick of it. So, you know, to get that free kick, as you call it, it's a good shot in the arm for these teams and drivers.
Yeah, 100% is. And look, great time for them to just recover a little bit of their headspace, have a think about what their strategy now looks like. Obviously the safety car is going to make a fair difference for a lot of them. So we take a look at the CX2 Black entry of Peter Baxter. A good looking entry, that one as well. Really well put together. Might just take a moment again to remind everyone why we're here today. The Pink Finss Sandown 500 in support of Pink Finss, a very important organisation whose mission is simple: helping women, men and their families who are facing a cancer diagnosis. So very, very important one. As we're joined in the commentary booth here by Troy Sipple. Troy, mate, how are you doing?
Mate, we're struggling a bit, I think.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough one for you.
Yeah, a bit of a human ping pong car, I think. But no, we'll stick in there. So I think we're back on the lead lap now. So Pete's just jumped back in, so he'll probably do another 40 laps, I hope, and then I'll jump in and see how we go.
Yeah, nice one.
Yeah,
nice one.
It is what it is. It's going all right, so we're pretty happy. So.
Yeah, good. Is your strategy playing out the way you'd hoped for?
No.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
I can't believe that it's taken this long to get a safety car, to be fair, but it has, which is really credit to everyone that's driving. So it is what it is, and we just got to go with the flow and try and change things around and see how far up we can get. So
Yeah, nice.
It's funny. It's funny you say that, Troy, because I was just commenting it and praising everyone involved that we've gone this long into the 500 and we hadn't seen a safety car up until now, and that's actually a real credit to everyone involved. And I did wonder it was probably going to throw a spanner in the works for some teams, especially when you got to think about that minimum driver requirement.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty safe because I think from what I could see, everyone stopped around the lap 40 to do their first pit stop. So their second driver obviously would have dropped in. So yeah, probably make this one a little bit longer stint. I've already had one stint. Pete's had one stint. He's on his second stint now. So I'm hoping that come next 40 or so laps that'll work in our favour. So that's the plan. But safety cars tend to breed more safety cars, so we might get another one in quick, which we can probably throw another quick fuel in, and that'll hopefully swap it back around later on. So you just got to keep going and see what happens at the end, I suppose.
So Troy, we were just talking about Pink Finss, but let's take a moment to talk about Alliance Sim Racing. Can you tell us a bit about the league and how it's come to pass and what's in store for it?
Well, big things, I hope, but no, it was just three of us teams, like a Quantum Peckies and M1 and also Angry Birds. We all used to get on, because we all do, a lot of these drivers do vets and we do vets. And we usually used to get on and do every Wednesday night. We just do just like a simulator practice run for the Thursday night race, so which turned out pretty good. We'll get a lot of us in there, and then we thought, well, hey, why don't we set up something as a united team sort of thing and get together and do a little bit of a series. And it's season 1 was great. It's coming together really good. So we still got a lot of hiccups and stuff like that, which a few different setup things that we're still working on. But yeah, the guys that are in there, they've gone pretty well. So far so good, and we're looking at expanding and running a second series on Tuesday nights alongside with the vets. So their tracks and everything. So yeah, no, pretty keen. It's going really well.
Yeah, nice. So when's the next season starting, and can people get involved, or is it a pretty full roster at the moment?
No, well, this one's by invite. We have got a lot of people, so what we're doing is we'll after this race we'll get together and we'll send out applications for people to put in, and then we'll just invite enough for our full grid, which is what we want. I think that's still anywhere from 30 to 35 cars each week on the grid. That's what we're looking at this stage, and then go from there. So, but I think it's going to fill up pretty quick. So we'll see how we go and what happens from there, whether we expand it in the future or whatever. So, but no, it's been pretty good. We're doing a lot, very similar to the vets, obviously. Jamie's helping us out with all the setups because he does the ones for the vets as well, so we get to practice that with the vets, which is good. So moving forward, I think it's just going to be pretty packed, and there's a lot of people wanting to get in now. So
good stuff. And I'll just interrupt for a moment, Troy, as we go back green. So we're back under race conditions. The Balance Stewart Foundation entry for Matt Vanderkrant's still out in front and starting to open up a little bit of a gap there. So we'll keep an eye on the racing. Can you tell us a little bit, Troy, before we let you go, just about how it is today came to pass, how the Pink Finss Sandown 500 came together, and how Alliance Sim Racing got involved with that?
Well, basically, we all thought we wanted to do an enduro race at the end of the season, and we kind of thought, well, let's all get together and let's do something for charity. And we kind of spoke about different charities that we had, and of course, there's probably not one person in the race, or you guys, or anyone that's watching that hasn't had a cancer or something through their lives or families or whatever that they've been involved with. And coming through it, we heard that Jamie and his wife have been going through a bit of a hard time, and thank God everything's worked out really good for them. So we kind of thought, let's do something for the cancer. And of course, Rick, with his business, has been associated with the current Pink Finss that we're doing now. So we just rang them, spoke to them, had a bit of a chat with Jamie, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So we're hoping everyone on the broadcast will throw whatever they can if they can, so everything helps. And yeah. moving forward. I hope they succeed in what the Pink Finns are doing and how much money they're raising to help these people that are suffering with this sort of disease.
Yeah, it's a very worthy cause, mate, and one that we're glad to see such an impressive lineup of drivers chip in to donate to as well. So just based on the entries alone, I think we've raised something like already $600 just from entry fees to go towards Pink Finss as a result of the day. So we're really hoping that the viewership out there, if you can reach your hands in the pocket and give them a bit of support, there's a lot of families out there that are really thank you. Troy, mate, thank you so much for dropping in, and look forward to chatting to you maybe a little bit later in to see how you're going as we approach the halfway point of this race.
No worries, boys. Thanks, mate. I've told a few of them. A few of them will probably pop up shortly and have a chat. So I think Jamie said he was going to come up and have a chat with you. So
good stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for everything, boys. It's I've got it on the little screen next to me, so broadcast is going great. So keep it up, and I'll catch us all later.
Yeah, cheers, Troy. Thanks for dropping in, mate.
No worries, mate. See you, boys.
On that note, I'll just call out for everyone who is watching from around the place that we've got a bit of an issue with our overlay today, and it's not something we can fix on the fly, unfortunately. But we are going the full 161 laps, so don't expect a short race because of that safety car. This is just one of the joys of working with iRacing. Sometimes it tends to estimate a bit of a change there, so just keep in mind we've got 161 laps ahead of us. I'm hoping that'll update if perhaps race control has looked at it and might be able to just tweak things. I'm not sure. But, worth noting, we've still got another just shy of 100 laps. There we go. Told you they'd be fixing it up in no time.
No, listening to you, mate.
Look, this is the thing with iRacing, right? When you've got these overlays, trying to give you guys all of the best and most up-to-date information, sometimes it's not quite up to date where we want it to be. So I'm glad we're getting these sorted out as we run. And these guys all sorting themselves out again as we see a bunch of drivers coming into the pits back here. But look at things. I'm just trying to figure out why we've had a big change in the lineup there. It might just be all of the laps sorting themselves out. But a really nice little pack forming here from 6th back, and led out by the M1 Racing red entry, Steve Kennedy behind the wheel, and then Simtech Performance, Fishy Motorsport, QPR Garage, another M1 Racing and SLS all close behind. So love to see a fair bit of train action going on here as we make our way around lap 69 of Sandown. A lot of laps ahead of us here, Sandman. What are you thinking?
Well, like I was saying before, we were praising these guys of just how long they've gone without a safety car. So the racing's been terrific. Yeah, there's been a couple of incidents here and there, but there always is. Everyone's racing hard and everyone wants to put their best foot forward, and sometimes everything doesn't go to plan. So, but to go this long into this race so far with only one safety car has been brilliant. So a lot of these teams and that can take that away and really be quite happy with the way it's playing out so far. And I think for these teams now, that they're just going to settle themselves into a rhythm. It's not go time yet. You know, my quote is, you always buy a ticket to the end. So, and that's what they're doing at the moment. You get past that halfway mark, and then you start thinking about, all right, 60 to go, 50 to go, 40 to go. And that's when it starts to get interesting. When you get down to that last pit stop and you put enough fuel in the tank to go to the end, that's when it starts to be crucial.
Yeah, we take a look at the two Angry Birds racing entries right next to each other. Rick Vigar in front of Chad Vigar. And I always love watching teammates in close battles just to see whether there's any team orders that come in here, or if they're going to fight it out between each other. Hopefully no contact coming, but let's keep an eye on them as they round out the last of laps 70, 71 here. I'll tell you what, it starts to add up real quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, and remember, this is something we touched on at sort of lap 20 and 30. It's like, before you know it, the laps get away from you and you find yourself in a position where you're just running out of time to make the move. If you find yourself mid-pack or towards the end, it's like, man, we really need to get going because it's lap 71 of 161 and, you don't know how the rest of this race is going to play out. So, you think you've got all the time in the world, 500 kilometres, but, it can sneak away. But, yes, I'm the same. I'm always interested with team racing. The golden rule, obviously, is never to make contact with each other. But, a lot of the teams you see, they're pretty smart and they know that if there's one driver that's a little bit faster and it's getting held up, there's always that rules of engagement where you'll just swap the drivers around and let them push on.
And let's talk pit strategy for just a moment. We're coming up, lap 71, lap 72 now. Having a think about what these drivers probably went in with originally. We saw a bunch of pit stops around that 40 lap mark. We're coming up on where probably a lot of these teams are planning on a second pit stop. That safety car, virtually everyone's made a stop and topped off the tanks here in those mid 60s laps. Next stop probably around the 100 lap mark, I'd guess. The question becomes then, right? If they're pitting in because they're running out of fuel around 100 laps, you've got 60 laps to go. There's some strategy decisions to be made there, aren't there? Because you'll get 40 laps out of a full tank. So do you refill a full 40 or go for those last 20? Do you make an even, sort of 30 lap dash either side? Does it come back down to how many laps your drivers still have to put in? There's a lot to think about at this point in the race. Even though there's so far to go, they've got to be figuring out the strategy to make it through to the end from here.
Absolutely, and the smart teams will work this race backwards. So you start doing your strategy from lap 161, and then you start taking 40 odd laps away from that, 40 odd laps away from that. And like you said, if we're talking with 2 pit stops and they're not quite equal, do you pit early and go and short fill, or do you put on a full tank? I guess it all starts to come down to who you're racing at the time and where the battle packs are. If you're going to find yourself with a short pit stop and it's going to put you in a heap of traffic, then you're probably better off going for a longer stop. The gains can go either way. It's hard. And that's what's important about these teams, is having someone back behind the scenes crunching the numbers for you, because there's so many different strategies that can play out.
Yeah, they've still got a lot of work to do, and it's all ahead of us. Look, I think 73 laps in, guys, we're going to take a quick break from the commentary and leave you with just the dulcet tones of the V8 Supercars. They make their way around the beautiful track here at Sandown. We'll take a couple of laps to just make a comfort break and grab ourselves a bit of a drink refill as well, so that we can keep going. But then, get yourself sorted, and we'll see you back here in a couple of laps.
Excellent. We'll see you all soon.
As we step back into the commentary booth, lap 78 is underway. Sam and I've just been watching some of the footage that we've been getting while we're away. I'm really glad to see that we didn't miss a safety car starting up. That's always a positive. But some really tight racing here with the McMillan Brothers Racing entry and Marty Motorsport with Shane Patterson just going at it the last couple of laps. So I'm glad we've managed to catch a bit of that in the interim.
Yeah, I was just looking at that dive there. Shane was pretty keen to get a move run up the inside. Very, very smart heads-up driving, though. He just got out of it. Well, we did lose a little bit of time there, so maybe just went in a little bit deep. But yeah, good hard race, and we touched on it, is that these guys know that it's probably getting close to go time. So if they want to be a contender come towards the end, they really need to start thinking about, you know, where they are on track and who they're racing.
And we've heard a bit of the gossip around the place. They get all sorts of... Whoa, gee.
Oh, he's still locked up. He's going to pull it up.
Oh,
He's gone straight
no.
into the gravel trap.
Into it. That's who's that? That's the...
Thankfully, he's managed to get going again. So, and thankfully as well, he got through the gravel trap, but he didn't make any contact with any other cars, or just kept it off the barrier as well. So, whew, heart and mouth stuff there.
That's fine. Nothing to see here. As we take a quick look at the rest of the field and just see how they're all shaping up, running very wide, the Aiden Sykes and the... Oh, we're going to have to do it again. The Gang Italians Racing entry. Lots of lockups here. It's it's starting to get to that point, isn't it? People are pushing a bit harder and just diving a little bit deeper, and as these packs have all been condensed a bit after that safety car period, just a little bit of red mist creeping in here for a couple of them, I reckon.
Yeah, it's easy to get caught up in it. There's little incidents like that. I don't know if that was Joseph Grenshaw that went through into the gravel trap in that last lap round, but thankfully they all managed to get through it. But it was a little bit of heart and mouth stuff there, but they all could breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, more action here. Oh, it's always tight through the chicane. That's always that's a heart starter, because, you know, we've already seen drivers that have tried to make moves through that part of the racetrack, and the other end is that it's easy to get nose to tail contact, and you know, we worry about just that little bit of net code sometimes.
Now, I see a replay. Check this out, because I've heard that Luke here in the SLS Racing is the #1 driver, and he was always going to start to put these moves on. So we'll just go back and take a look at that. But what I did notice in the background there, the Fishy Motorsport entry, Jamie McKnight pulling into the pit behind with a smoking engine. That's not good news for them if they don't have a fast repair up their sleeve, but I think they might get away with that. He was still underway, so...
Thankfully, if he's made it back to pit lane, that'll be some saving grace for him there. That's always a scary moment, and we've already seen that's what brought out our safety car, was just engine damage and unfortunately a loss of oil pressure, and it ended up detonating a motor. So thankfully he might have dodged a bullet there. But just checking out the chat, looks like Big Matt's called it. He's saying Luke's the #1 driver. He's going to win it from here. So that's his call. That's probably a good thing too. We want to see some predictions. Who do you think's going to predict who's going to take out the win for the Pink Finss Sandown 500? Let's put it in the chat and let's see if you're right as we approach 81 of 161 laps. And it's anyone's race still at this stage.
Yeah, and these top three as well, the 919 Ballard Stewart Foundation, Racecraft 17 entry and Accelerated Endurance Team 1, they've stuck with each other right from the restart, all separated by just a few tenths. Some really, really close racing up front, which you'd love to see. There's a long way to go yet, so I hope they're not pushing too hard, just because, you know, you get in that race headspace, and someone's around you, you start to just brake a little later, accelerate a little harder. They've got to be thinking about the long game here still. There is a half a race to go as we get just a little bit of a puff of smoke out the back. The Ballard Stewart Foundation, a big puff of smoke behind as...
in the gravel.
Into the gravel there, yeah. I'm not sure who we've lost back there, sorry.
Yeah, and that's how easy it is, though, just to lock a brake. And thankfully, we're lucky here at Sandown that there is enough runoff room where these drivers can make a little mistake like that, turn into a big mistake, but they don't make any contact with the arm code just because of how much runoff room there is in the gravel traps.
Just want to have a look. I think it might have been the Veteran Gaming Australia entry that's run off there. Now, they're obviously a fair way back in the field after blowing this motor up earlier, but they've managed to swap it out and get it replaced. Now, is this who we've lost here?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, huge slide. That's
He did an awesome job actually not to drill the car in front, because that's always where you freak out, because you jump on the brakes and you're out of control there. Basically, you're just a passenger. But thankfully, he didn't make contact with the car in front.
No, stayed calm, really well handled. It could have been much worse. We could have seen another safety car out of that. So, very happy to see everyone getting back on track, and we continue on. A few puffs of smoke from the cars up in front. That'll be a lapped car just ahead, and we'll have to just try and catch who it is as these guys continue to make their way around. It does look like maybe the Granny Spec Racing entry or PJM perhaps that's just really throwing it around at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that top three for a little while longer as they make their way down the back straight. And these three all still consistently low 107s as their best, and lapping in the mid 107s. So not really seeing any pace drop off. No one's gone into fuel saving mode just yet. Everyone's still pushing on hard. It's probably a bit early to be thinking about fuel saving for the end, but maybe after this next set of pit stops we'll start to pick some of that up.
Well, the difference with pit stops that you touched on is that they're not quite equal, so I guess they can push on. They don't have to worry about saving fuel. If it was marginal, where they had to get home with maybe, you know, they had to be careful with what fuel they have, but they've got that little bit of strategy where they can short pit one and, you know, a full tank for the second pit. So that's good for us because it means they're going to be pushing on. They're going to be racing hard, and that's what we're seeing out of this top three. To have 7 tenths covering the top three at lap 84. I mean, yes, we've had a safety car, but these guys aren't giving an inch, and it's really good racing here.
Yeah, and that safety car was 20 laps ago now, would you believe? So they've held it together for that long. You know, there's been no real separation. So I think you're on the money. We're going to see a whole lot of hard racing to come as they're slowly catching the CX2 Blue entry with Rob Baxter behind the wheel, so he'll have to be watching the mirrors and the flags as these three absolutely charge down on him. The thing with those pit stops though, maybe about equal. These guys will push on, but one more safety car from here is going to change everything.
Yeah, and that's where teams start to freak out, isn't it? Is if a safety car comes at the wrong time, you know, they'll already have an idea of when they want to pit and who they're going to put in and how many laps they're going to do, and this is how they're going to see out the rest of the race. The safety car comes out, throws a spanner in the works, and then it has everyone scratching their head. It's frustrating as a team driver or as an owner, but it's a bit of fun when you're in the commentary box seeing it unfold.
Hey, I love an exciting race from our perspective. I'm sure all these guys would prefer something predictable, but you know, it keeps us busy, so I can't complain if we do see a little bit more of that yet in the race as we focus on the battle for 10th. M1 Racing, Darren Crosby out in front of this pack of three. QPR Garage, rather. Joe Mahoney out in front of the pack of three with M1 Racing. It's Darren Crosby just behind him, and the Accelerated Endurance entry with Jason Spriggs just tucking in behind that, and we'll keep an eye on them for a little while as they make their way again down the back straight of Sandown. Tell you what, this track, it's got a little bit of everything, doesn't it? You see a lot of tracks that are just absolute all-out fast tracks, not too much technicality, but Sandown's got a really, really nice mix of elevation change and surface undulation to keep the drivers on their toes.
You're not wrong. It's funny, you look at it on paper or you look at the track map and you think it's probably one of the easiest racetracks I'm ever going to go to in my life. You do a lap around it and you start to think differently because of, like you said, the undulations, the chicanes, the curves, the bounces. You know, you can see just from this onboard is that how bumpy this racetrack is. You know, it hasn't been resurfaced in a while, and you know, these guys have got their work cut out for them. So it really makes for great racing, and I just think it's funny that you look at it on paper and you think, yeah, this is going to be a walk in the park, but then after you do your first couple of laps, you think, ooh, how far off the pace am I?
Yeah, it comes around quick, doesn't it? I think it's a real feature of a lot of the tracks that the Supercars race on. You know, I think about a bit of real-world experience from Queensland Raceway back before they did a bit of resurfacing. I think it was 5 years or so ago. You know, I used to do a couple of track days out there, and it's a paperclip on paper, but particularly the braking surfaces into turn one off that front straight, the number of ripples that you find yourself dealing with, it's so easy to upset a car, and if you're not on the ball, you're just not going to lap quick. And so there's a lot to think about. It's not just about the apexes.
Absolutely. It's an interesting point you bring up about Queensland Raceway too. Us, you and I, both sunny Queenslanders, that we might be lucky enough to get another supercar race in 2025. They're talking about adding Queensland Raceway back on the calendar for 25, which I think will be great because then we get another race that we get to go to as Supercar fans. But yeah, that should be interesting for 2025.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It's been way too long, and certainly Ipswich as a region always comes out in great support when there's anything like QR. So I'll cross my fingers and yeah, short drive. Maybe we'll have to go and have a beer if it does happen and watch some cars going way too quick around the track there. As we take a look up here into the battle for fifth and the M1 racing entries. Again, a bit of teamwork playing in here perhaps as they look to put a bit of space on the Simtech Performance and SLS racing entries. We were told to watch Luke Grundle. He's making his move up through the field, up into 8th, and he's all over the back. He's a little sideways off the curb there. Held it together very well, so he's pushing the limits of that car at the moment to try and keep getting up ahead. So look, you might be onto something here, Matt. This might be the driver to watch on the move over the next little while. And let's see what he can do by the time the next set of pit stops comes around.
Yeah, he's lapping all right, isn't he? You know, so, and you can see he's definitely got the pace in the car. He's keeping up with these guys, and even that little mistake, yeah, it cost him a little bit of real estate. But look at him, he's right back there again. So, yeah, I wonder if Matt's on the money here, but he's definitely looking good so far.
And the other thing to remind everyone of, all of these cars running on a fixed setup. There's only so much they can change. So the bolt, yeah, look, it's my favourite kind of racing. I understand that there's a whole skill set involved in knowing how to set a car up and how to get the very most out of the chassis and suspension package. But particularly when it comes to sim racing, I don't know about you, Sam, but mate, I feel like it's the perfect proving ground to show a driver's skill in perfectly matched cars. You can't get perfectly matched cars in the real world. That's just not how it works. You know, there's always a slight bit of variation. You come to sim racing and it is actually possible to give everyone exactly the same car to work with, and you really see the driver's performance shine through as we see Luke Grundle come in for that pit stop and see what he does here. Just looking to give himself perhaps a bit of clear air as he's stuck on the back of that pack before.
Yeah, I wonder if they're maybe thinking about a driver change or whether they're going to push on, but that's exactly right. And for me, I'll put my hand up. I'm not very cluey when it comes to setting up a race car. I think that's why I've done my best to get myself in one of the best sim teams in the racing paddock with Trans-Tasman Racing. I don't mind sitting in their back pocket every now and then and trying their setups because I'm useless at trying and creating my own setup. I'm happy to give feedback, but I just don't know what those tweaks are. So when you've got a racing league that all have a fixed racing setup, I think that really, really puts a league in their own as far as putting their best foot forward, because everyone's on a level playing field and you really see that skill come to light.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I like I said, I just enjoy that so much about not just driving in iRacing events, but also broadcasting and commentating them, is that when you are racing in a fixed setup league, you get to really know what a driver's got in terms of car control. And when we're talking about something that even with the best setup is an absolute handful of V8 supercars, to have a setup that's not tuned to your particular style really challenges these guys to bring their best, bring their absolute A game to the track in order to find themselves on the podium, hopefully, at the end of the day.
And while we're speaking about setups, it's a huge shout out to Jamie McKnight because he's provided the setup for this race. And, you know, some people might think, oh, well, then that puts him in good stead, doesn't it? He's probably going to win the race because it's his setup. Well, it's not the case, is it? There's so many of these teams and drivers, like Jamie's finds himself a little bit further in the pack. And these teams and drivers have really, we see a battle on up front. No, this is not for the front, sorry, I apologise. I was just looking out. That's a nice move there for M1 Racing. Oh, they're still battling out though. Oh, going to hold on to it. Yeah, really good. That's the last place that you want to really dive and start worrying about finding someone as you get through that tighter part of the racetrack. Whew, nice heart and mouth stuff there for a moment.
That's a little brave, to say the least, going through there.
Everyone got away though. Yeah, I always hold my breath a little bit when you see teams and that start battling through those tight parts of the racetrack, and I guess it's one of the things that we have to put up with in our sport of sim racing, is that there's these little factors that we have to take. I was just watching how close it is. It's netcode. Sorry, I was just seeing how close these two were getting through into the first turn. But you've got to be mindful. Unfortunately, that's one of the downfalls of our sport, that netcode can be an issue. So you've really got to keep that in mind too. Thankfully, it doesn't cause too many issues, but occasionally, as we've already seen, probably one incident today earlier with Mike Koronoff, that was a netcode thing. But it's one of the quirks of our sport that these teams do need to be mindful of.
Yeah, you win in one hand, you lose a little in the other, as we see the entrance of the QPR car there with Joe Mahoney just getting very loose as he looks for a way past Jason Spriggs in the accelerated endurance entry as well. It's for all the things you can control, unfortunately there's also a little bit of fudge factor, you might say, that you have to account for. As we see a big bit of smoke on the front straight as well. No cars stopped, so
someone looked, I think.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there. We might have a quick look. It might have been Damien McKnight in the accelerated endurance 1 entry. Let's just take a quick look here on the replay and see what's happened.
Done it by himself. Oh, got on the grass.
That's a big hit too.
Yeah, big damage. And it was just, he got that left rear on the grass, unfortunately, just on exit, and that lit the tyres up, and he was a passenger. So he's carrying a little bit of damage there. I wonder if there's left front suspension damage to that thing too. So don't be surprised.
A lot, isn't it?
Yeah, don't be surprised if he makes a tour down pit lane, but that's easy to do. Unfortunately, he just lit up the tyres on the grass and round he went.
Yeah, nothing much you can do in that space. Once you're sideways in these things, there's no saving them, that's for sure.
Yeah, yep. But thankfully, still pushing on. Doesn't look like he did any engine damage. So get back, fix that, sort it up, and keep pushing on. Lap 93, 161.
So we're reliably informed that we've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time. It's not Brian Borg, it's Cyborg, and he is an absolute machine. So keep an eye out for him coming back to steal the win as we get a bit closer to the end. Just taking a look down the field as the accelerated endurance 1 entry does a driver change and pulls in to get a bit of repair work done. And these guys continue to battle out. The QPR entry still not able to find a way past, and who's that? The M1 entry. That's Jason. No.
I think he's stuck in the barrier. We might see another safety car here.
We've got another safety car coming, I'll guarantee it.
We're going to wait to hear from race control. It looked like he tried to fire it up.
There it is. We've got race control calling the safety car.
Yeah, he is stuck in the Armco barrier.
We talk about the perils of sim racing alongside the positives of it. Unfortunately, this is part of it, right? You get a bit of, like in real world, that car's just going to crumple a bit and he'll be able to pull away. But it's almost like he's just hung up on the spoiler, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, and look, like you said, that is part of our sport, is that we have these little things. And look at the pit lane. Everyone is just making that chance to fire into pit lane. Matt, if you don't, it's a free kick under safety car. So a lot of these teams, but they're going to take this opportunity. But like I said, we're talking about the quirks of the sim sport. Yep, unfortunately, he's lodged up into that barrier. And being Armco, that's not, it could happen. Let's not, rule it out.
As we see the safety car rolling out onto track. Oh, geez, that's not what we want to see. But no other way to get that car out of there. So we'll keep an eye, and Trav Daly will be taking up the #1 spot behind the safety car. So he'll be.
Oh, safety car's just made heavy contact.
Yeah, look, cold tyres. He's been sitting there in the lane for a while. So.
That'll have to go on the highlights reel.
We'll just keep that one up our sleeve for later, won't we?
We could use that as a bribe maybe a little bit later on. How about that?
Yeah, I'll just add that to the bookmarks for us to come back to at the end. Nothing like a slightly scratched up safety car to slow the pack down as they start to wave around a few of the other drivers. So tucking in behind there, we've got the racecraft entry of Andrew Dyson in 4th. So there's a couple still to come. We look for Trav Daly. Is just coming around to get in behind the safety car now, and still just forlorn, isn't it? The M1 Racing Black entry, Jason Dunn, all he can do is sit there and watch them come past. That must be so frustrating for him in that cockpit.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been stuck in practice. I've never been stuck in a race situation like that. It's just unfortunate. He's stuck into the guardrail. He's going to go many, many laps down, and it may even be race over. I don't know. He'll probably get a tow back, and But geez, that's just so unfortunate. And hey, again, it throws a spanner in the works for these teams because we're not quite there. With one more stop, they still have to come down and think about their strategy because we've still got 66 laps to go in this one.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to count him out entirely, but this is not going to help. He's 3 laps down at the moment, including the time he's been sitting there. Does have both his fast repairs up the sleeve, so that's always a good sign. But you know, it's going to be probably at least another lap or so before they get that car out of there and back to the pit lane, and then he'll be picking it up from wherever he ends up behind them. So the M1 Racing black entry, it's not going to be a happy place, that pit at the moment. But keep an eye on the rest of the crew as they roll around behind the safety car, just waiting to see when we get our restart. And I'm hoping maybe lap 96 is what we'll be looking at.
It's a good opportunity for these teams and drivers just to catch their breath a little bit, start mashing the calculator and start thinking about how they're going to play this out. Obviously, another pit stop, a full tank of fuel, and then a little run to the end. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out to lap 161. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching around Australia or around the world. This is the Pink Finss Sandown 500 brought to you by Alliance Sim Racing. It's a special event to support women, men and their families that are diagnosed with cancer. And as we've said a number of times, if you are able to throw your support and make any donations, there is a link in the YouTube description. Every dollar counts. Don't feel bad if it's only $5 or something. You know, they are just appreciative for every bit of support they get. And all proceeds from this event with the driver entry fees are all going to Pink Finss. And yeah, I'm thrilled. It's a great charity, and to be able to do something for Pink Finss like this in the sim racing community is just brilliant. And no doubt cancer has touched each and every one of us, unfortunately, throughout our lives. And yeah, what they're doing behind the scenes, not only helping the people that are obviously going through it themselves, but it's their family too. It makes such a big impact in the families that have to deal with this. And yeah, unfortunately, you know, Jamie McKnight and his wife have just recently gone through it, and from what we're hearing, all things are pretty good now. But yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Jamie and how they've been coping as this race goes on. But lap 96 of 161, the Pink Finss Sandown 500.
And this is the thing, right? You know, technology and medical science advancing, we're able to treat cancer so much more often than we used to be able to, and with such a better success rate. But that treatment's just dealing with the medical side of things. It's dealing with healing the body. The impact that a cancer diagnosis can have on the psychology of not only the cancer sufferer, but everyone around them, as we see the safety car starting to peel off. So Trav Daly will have control of the race here. But you know, it's got a real impact on everyone around the cancer sufferer as well. And so to be able to have an organisation like Pink Finss in your corner, you know, their mission is really simple. They're there to foster a really nurturing environment for anyone diagnosed with cancer and their families. But they also are there to serve as an informational hub. You know, they offer resources and information referrals to help people through that journey with cancer and to provide some personalised support to that person and their family throughout that challenging time. And that's really, really important. You know, it's so easy to forget that no matter how good your survival prospects or the outcome of treatment, it takes a real mental toll just to hear the big C mentioned. It can really shake people up and turn life upside down for a period of years as we see the racing get back up underway. So here to support Pink Finss today, as we said, the donation link is in the description down below. So please, if you can, then put your hand in the pocket and give them a bit of support as well. As we get underway and Trav Daly takes us green again, we are on lap 97 and everyone off to a flying start as the field compacts up again. So all of those gaps that we were looking at are gone. They're joined back up, and we'll have to see who manages to break away. Great opportunity. I'm just keeping a close eye on Luke Rundell and SLS Racing. He's down a lap after making, here's the thing, he made that pit stop earlier and then we've had a safety car, so he's not had an opportunity to pit under the safety car, pitted just before. He's going to have to do some really hard yards to make that back up.
Yeah, well, what he'd be doing is just try and stay with that one lap, because if it's not unreal that the fact we might get another safety car and he could get that lap back. So it's all about just staying in touch. Obviously not ideal, but what have we got? About 10 cars on the lead lap at this stage, but that can all change in a blink of an eye with another safety car, that's for sure. So Trav Daly leading this one over Steve Kennedy, Darren Crosby, Andrew Dyson and Jason Bentz there, your top 5. And wouldn't you love a crystal ball at this stage just to see how this is all going to play out? I know some of these teams probably weren't expecting to be up the pointy end at this point of the race, but it's all swings and roundabouts in endurance racing.
Yeah, it's the way it goes, isn't it? And a good call out in the chat there as well. We did notice that the safety car picked up, what was it, the Andrew Dyson entry as the first behind them. So it looks like they managed to get that all kind of sorted out behind them before we went green again, which is good to see. It's one of the things, right, with using a live safety car as opposed to the iRacing safety car is that human error happens, but race control got it sorted, got us back underway in the correct order, and no harm done, despite perhaps just a little bit of confusion in reorganising the field behind it. As we keep our eyes on the accelerated endurance entries here, Anthony Visma leading teammate Lorne McKee in 7th and 8th. These guys very quick today and have been up the pointy end for a good portion of it. We see a couple of pit stops happening in the background there. People who may have just missed it under the safety car, I suspect. But yeah, look, the field will compress, but Trav Daly out in front has got himself a 2.5 second lead already over the M1 Racing entries, Steve Kennedy and Darren Crosby in the 55 and 66 cars. So the front of that pack just really starting to open that up. Now, you're on the Monday. See just what happens. I thought we had redressed the gap, but having a look at the gaps now, those front three are actually almost on a whole new lap from 4th place. So I'm hoping race control picks that up and fix that back up. I'm not quite sure how they go about resolving that, honestly. What do you reckon?
Days like this, I just thankfully that I'm in the commentary box and I just have to call the shots. But I don't know what the go is there, but we'll leave that up with them. But it's certainly interesting. We might have to wait to hear from race control. But certainly a lot still to play out, regardless of where we're at the moment.
Question there from Malachat to Dyson Pitt. I'm just having a look down the list. No, I don't think he did pit under that, but maybe that's why we've got that gap there back to 4th. I suppose that's entirely possible, the reason for the gap there. It's a bit odd though that the gap in the field of almost a lap is where we saw the safety car come out. So Dyson has got the extra pit stop up his sleeve, so that could be it. It could be on the money now. I might have missed that, and that's actually why. He's sitting in 4th and almost a lap down, but I suppose we'll see it play out over the next few laps anyhow. If the M1 Racing entries, all 3 of them up front, Trav Daly leading Steve Kennedy and Darren Crosby in behind him with 77, 55 and 66 cars, pretty well together as we come down the main straight. Very interesting set of events, and this will be why they find themselves pretty well middle of the pack despite leading the race.
Yeah, well, to be honest, it has me scratching my head a little bit, but no doubt we'll get on top of it sooner rather than later. So we're just going to have to call it the way it is at this stage. But look, here we are, 60 laps to go. It's the final run home. This is where the teams really wanted to be. You'd pretty much disregard the first 100-odd laps because it's about buying that ticket to the end. Move up the edge. Oh, that was very headed up racing.
He's pushing it hard, and I did say earlier I want to keep an eye on him because we know he's quick. All over the back of the Simtech Performance entry, Paul Burns will be feeling the pressure in the number 44 car. as Anthony Visma makes a smart choice again, just backs it off a little and gives himself some room to set up for the next run. We'll keep an eye on this one because they have a nice little pack going on. I reckon Lorne and the Accelerate Endurance, one entry right behind, is probably just going to take a look and try and learn a little of where Anthony Visma makes his pass here and maybe set up the same for the next lap. Always a good one to try and read these guys' minds as we come around. Now let's talk pit strategy rather. These cars as the SLS entry gets very loose over the curbs, and that'll be Luke Grundle pushing hard as usual. Let's talk pits. So a lot of these guys have just come in, a little short of 100 laps to go. We did talk a little earlier about 100 laps being about the next pit stop based on the earlier one. We're pretty much in that situation we spoke about, aren't we, where the gap is not quite too big.
Sorry,
that was brakes. No.
He went round the outside too. That was impressive.
Huge move from Visma. Obviously, Paul Burns playing defensively there, but Visma just too quick and too good under brakes, and now look at him pull away. Huge move from Anthony Visma as he sits up in 6th now as a result of that. So yeah, look, it's exactly what we were talking about earlier. These guys have got to make some decisions around their pit stops. Do they have enough fuel to push it out and then run pretty light for the last 20, or do they try and make it an even gap, or do they go for a fast one now and then try and make it through maybe 40 laps at the end and pray for a safety car to slow things down and keep them in place? So there's so much to figure out.
Yeah, and it's the difference between whether you want, ideally, you'd probably want a lighter car with the fuel load towards the end just to give you that little bit more pace if you need it. So ideally, for me, I'd want to be heavy now and then light at the end. Obviously, that's not the way it's going to be playing out for a lot of these teams. And some teams and drivers might feel that their car is a little bit better on a heavier fuel load. So don't forget, all these teams and drivers have got the exact same setup. So your driving style might suit that you prefer something a little bit heavier. So if you want a little bit more fuel in it, then that's obviously something that can play out for you. So it does open up some strategy for these guys as far as how they want this race to finish, whether they want to finish with a heavier car or a lighter car.
And it's really worth looking at it when we're talking about fixed setups as well. The fuel load is one of the few things you can actually control to try and get a different performance out of the car. So it's really important for these guys as we see Ken Ladder, the Fishy Motorsport, make a move. That's bowled through there. Is he going to drive it over or under? To leave it wide, and that's left him open to Mick Clifton coming in quick from behind. Is he going to make a pass down the straight now that he's got the run out of those corners? Watch for him to go deep. But these guys are going to end up 3 wide. The lights are flashing. Here goes Ken Ladder coming up the inside. Mick Clifton makes a wise decision to back it off and stay safe. Side by side through turn 1. The Angry Birds entry just doesn't have the pace, and Ken Ladder puts himself up into 13th with that. Really good set of moves there. I was glad we caught that.
Yeah, you see Ken flashing the lights, but obviously he didn't have to move over. They were racing for position there. So, but you just see it's easy to get frustrated when you know you've got a little bit of pace on the car in front and you make a bit of a dive, you don't get the job done. But now he can just concentrate, eyes forward, and now he's got that little bit of clear air, and what he wants to do is just open up that gap a little bit over Damon.
I reckon we'll keep a quick eye on this because we've got a couple of good battles here. The Angry Birds Racing entry, Peter Sattler, in behind Mick Clifton, is getting a bit of attention from behind there as well with John Fillingham in the CX2 Black entry. But Peter Sattler's eyes are absolutely on Mick Clifton as they come down the main straight. Meanwhile, Damon Fisher, just up ahead in his partner car, Angry Birds Racing 14, is trying desperately to cling to the back of Ken Ladder, who's got a whole lot of pace here as he pulls away in that Fishy Motorsport entry.
Yeah, it's fast approaching go time, isn't it, for a lot of these teams and drivers? They know in their mind when they think they're going to make that tour down pit lane, but and again, the quality of racing that we've seen today, to only have 2 safety cars at 105 laps, that's a real credit to these teams and drivers. And I'll be honest, I thought we'd have a safety car a lot earlier, and that wasn't the case. So it's really been great racing, and still so many unknowns to play out.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. We're into the last third almost of this race, but it's still a lot of laps ahead of us, and anything can happen. We'll take a quick look back here as these guys are getting so what is it about the end of this back straight? Everyone feels like they should have a go through that set of chicanes. It's pretty brave. There's a lot of people doing it. The CX2 Blue entry though, Michael Korolev getting the move done and pulling out ahead. As the Ugaga Tangas Racing entry, we'll get it right eventually. Aiden Sykes has to run wide. Just didn't have what it took to stay on the circuit there.
Yeah, I think the problem is that there's so many people take a risk there because they know it's now pavement, where it was, you know, grass many years ago. Not that we've had that with the sim, is that, you know, when the grass was there, you couldn't afford to make those big bold moves. But when you know you've got a little bit of a safety blanket there, I guess, with the tarmac and runoff, you know, people are more inclined to make that move. But it's not ideal, I tell you.
Yeah, look, it's interesting though. I don't know whether I love it or hate it at the moment. You know, I think a bit of safety at the end of that back straight, although it's perhaps a little less dangerous if there was grass there with people taking it a bit easier. I'm really enjoying seeing these guys just really throw caution to the wind and try and make a move in a point. Yeah, getting very tail happy there under brakes. It's nice to see them trying to make a move at a point that we ordinarily not see it happen. It just makes for better viewing for all of us, honestly.
And how's that dive? That was Michael that was just thinking about a move there up the inside. Didn't quite get the job done, but yeah, that's right. And well, mate, you think about real-world racing that we've seen at Sandown, especially with the 500 and Supercars. We've seen some monumental accidents right here where we are now. So thankfully, we don't have to worry about that sort of stuff in the sim racing world. And again, that's a credit to iRacing, is that they laser scan these tracks and they're inch perfect. And you know, we get the same conditions that the teams do in the real world. So yes, there's a little bit of runoff, and it is for safety, which has been a massive cause in the real world. But yeah, it lets these drivers in our world, in the sim racing world, just be that little bit braver.
As we go on board here with Luke Rundell in the SLS Racing entry, I've just been watching him those last couple of laps. He's sliding all over the place, pushing really hard to tack on the back of this battle ahead of him. We were told to keep an eye on him, and he's certainly looking to make the difference. He's up into the top 10 now, so there's all the work to do still, and still strategy playing in, but he is threatening. He's going to have to figure out a way past it. He gets loose again, just trying to put the power down early and make the most of it. He's threatening to push through, but he's going to have to figure out his way through what it may as well be a wall of cars ahead of him before he sees clear air.
Yeah, and what he needs to do is, yes, he's a little bit tail lapping, he's getting that rear end out, but what he doesn't want to do, or is he makes a move up the inside, not quite close enough, backs out of it, smart driving, is when you start to overheat those rears, it costs you. Yeah, it does hurt you for a lap or two. If you start to get him too hot, it'll start biting you. So if he can just tame that rear end down a little bit and not get on the throttle as hard and let that step out on him, you know, he'll be better off for it. But the pace that he's got, I don't think it'll be too long before he gets the job done on those three cars.
Yeah, not wrong. I just thought I'd jump back to the CX2 Blue entry. Michael Korolev made that pass stick before. Aiden Sykes, I'm just going to go with the UR Racing entry, car 25. It just keeps threatening. He's pulling it back to within a couple of tenths, or within a tenth there, as they battle hard for 20th position. This is what we were talking about earlier. You know, Alliance Sim Racing have done a great job in finding a really good mix of drivers here. We don't have a top five that are running away with it while everyone else gets lapped down the back. There's some really good battles going on right throughout the pack, and you know, my job's getting to be really difficult here. I don't know about you, Sam, but I'm finding it really hard to know where to look.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of leagues like this, is it doesn't matter if you're racing for first or last, there's always good battles on track. As we go to a replay,
I just wanted to see this move because we've just seen the SLS Racing entry make a pass here. Look at him go up the inside again, deep under brakes there, and he makes the move really cleanly. So he's definitely got the pace down the back of that straight. Puts him up into 9th. Luke Rundell living up to the expectations of chat.
It's good to see some of the drivers that, a big dive here for the 88 to move up the inside, nice and clean. Yep. And now Luke's there just to, he's possibly thinking about another dive there, just to see if he can latch on and get another position. I think he's going to carry this pace.
He's got the pace down the back straight. We know he'll go deep under brake, so let's keep a very close eye on this. I'll try and get us the best view we can, because I'm expecting But we'll see a dive here from SLS if he can just keep... He's not with this slipstream, he's going defensive. He's really being hassled by Michael Stewart as well, so...
He's pacey through here, though. Do you see what sort of ground? Look at the ground that he makes up under brakes. And he's, right back to the tail of the car.
Yeah, so we know where he's quick, and if he gets even a sniff of that down the back straight, he's going to be making a move there, I'm sure, on Paul Burns. So let's stick with it. Now take a look behind, though. The QPR Garage 243, Simon Haynes. Where did he come from?
Yeah, good question. I can give you the lame one and say when a mummy and daddy really love each other, but I won't go into that.
No, we've got this marked as not for kids, so I'm sure it'll be fine for you. Yeah, like we were looking at a pack of 4 here, and I'm not quite sure where Simon Haynes has managed to tack onto the back of it, but it does really just emphasise how much pace you lose when you're involved in these battles. It doesn't feel like much when you're in amongst it, but you lose a few tenths each lap.
Luke.
Here we go.
I think is he
Right
lining
in
him up
the
to
whole
remove
shot
up
here.
the inside? He's got the pace. Yeah, don't fight too much, boys. Oh,
Side by
side
bit of
by side
contact,
through
he's
the
gonna have to back out of that.
S's. No way!
Oh.
Oh, he's going to pull it up. He's gone in deep and he's gone into the gravel. Thankfully, keeps it off the wall. That's the price you pay when you go in too aggressive, a little bit deep. Caught the ripple strip and upset the car, and that hurt his braking zone.
Wow, we knew he was going to go for it, but geez, I wasn't quite expecting it to be that spectacular. Let's take another look.
It all started with the run. You could see he'd set him up, he'd had pace. He's starting to pull alongside, but it wasn't just gifted to him. They had to race, and you watch Luke. He gets up on these curves right here, bang, upsets the car, hurts his braking zone, and he just can't pull it up off into the gravel. Yeah, the bit there is he's lost all that ground, and that's the bit where he'll be kicking himself.
Yeah, you would be though, wouldn't you? He was doing so well, and look, credit where credit's due. He's still in amongst it. So there's a bit of work to do to get back on the tail end of it, but he's in touch, and I'm sure we're going to see him look after the tyres a little bit after those slides, but he'll be right back amongst it in no time. Meanwhile, Jamie Dyke, M1 Racing Red, he's used the opportunity to just tack on the back of that group as well, so we'll come back to that in a moment as we take a look further back. Peter Sattler in the Angry Birds Racing 16 entry is just getting a little attention from the CX2 Black entry. John Fillingham deciding to get right in behind him and look for a way through, so we'll keep an eye on this back here. Meanwhile, actually, Simon Haynes, we've just seen, has lost a position there. Let's just take a quick look back at that. I want to see if we can catch what's just happened, 'cause that's a little unexpected.
Through the chicane, is it on the power? Everyone's pretty clean so far.
Yeah, so he's just not had the drive out of the corner, and just like that, it's allowed the 77 entry there of Ty Delaney to get the inside line, and sure enough, he's had to give it up just to avoid contact. Smart racing. Yeah,
That's what you want to see from your driver.
Absolutely. There's no point in fighting up too hard when you know you've given up a position. Just wait till the next lap and have another crack.
So these teams and drivers now finding themselves just that little bit of real estate between each other.
Yeah, it's just enough to break a bit of the draft, so we'll see if they start to group back up, because they won't want to lose touch. There's starting to be a bit of a gap now. Ty Delaney sitting about a second back from the Ballard Stewart Foundation entry, with Michael Stewart behind the wheel. So Paul Burns and Michael Stewart up in front, just still battling away, and might give the crew behind them a good opportunity to latch on if they lose some pace as a result. But Luke Rundell, after his big slide, is straight back on the back of it. And you know what? I've got to watch him again and see what happens here, because I reckon he's going again.
Yeah, he's definitely got the pace.
It's a late move, but he's absolutely got pace there.
Oh, he's going to make a dive here. No, thought better of it.
Showing the nose.
I like the pace that he's got. If I was his team, I'd just be in his ear and just say, just be cautiously aggressive. What he needs to do is just make sure that he doesn't make a move in one of the tougher parts of the racetrack, you know. Probably what he needs to do is set himself up off that exit. He hasn't quite done it this time round, but to make a move up the inside here at turn number 1, that's probably ideal. But he's got pace on board. I think they just need to just dial him back a little bit, because I think the pace that he's shown, he could have been, you know, a lot further up the racetrack than he is at the moment.
Speaking of further up the racetrack, we have a look ahead. Racecraft number 17 entry, Andrew Dyson, is putting in the hard yards here. He's opened up a 4-second gap back to Jason Benson, the QPR entry, all alone out in front. So he's got a lot of room there. Everything's kind of sorted itself out a little there in terms of the gap. So I'm not quite sure if there's been a bit of adjustment made by race control, but they look like they've fixed that up, which is good. It's good to see that the front 4 are all back where they should be. You know, he's 3 pit stops in, so we'll wait and see what happens here. But that's a big gap to be opening up. He's certainly not taking the foot off and trying to make this a longer stop, I don't think.
No, well, they're at the point too where they don't need to save fuel just to, you know, maybe make one more stop. You know, they've got enough up their sleeve where they can push. So they're thinking, you know what, if there's no safety car for the rest of this race, let's just push on, use up what we've got, and then we'll just see how the cards fall. So at the moment, I think the way that everything's shuffled out, there's a couple of those teams that have pitted, and now we've got 21 drivers on the same lap. So everyone, 21 cars on the lead lap is brilliant at this stage for where we're at.
Yeah, isn't it just, considering everything we've seen? That's a lot of very similar strategies playing out just how they'd hope. And, you know, realistically, the gap overall, when you look through those first 21 drivers, there's a lot of them that are still very close together. You know, we're still seeing the battle for 5th rage on Paul Burns and the Balance Stewart Foundation entry there. Still going at it. You've got the M1 Racing, QPR and SLS Racing entries just behind, who are having their own little battle, and they're starting to get a bit separated now. As we take a look at Paul Burns and Michael Stewart here. You know, despite being neck and neck the whole way through, they're starting to open up a small gap on Ty Delaney just behind them, but we've still got some great battle packs to watch. This is fantastic racing.
Yeah, and this is the beauty about series like this is, you know, like I touched on before, it doesn't matter where you are, you're always going to have good guys around you, and you're going to race. And if you don't get the checkered flag, if you can walk away with the top 10 or a top 15, and you've had an absolute stonking battle throughout that 161 laps with a couple of teams, you walk away from that going, you know what, that was bloody awesome. We might not have got the 1, we might not have got P1, but we've had a brilliant race all day long.
Views down the back straight of Sandown. Gotta love it. The weather couldn't be better today, honestly. You know, we've seen it stay pretty consistent. We're still only seeing 18 degrees on the thermometer outside, and track temp, it really hasn't moved, so it's been really reliable for these drivers, which has got to make it a bit easier instead of dealing with a heavily changing set of track conditions. It's one less thing to think about when there's so much already going on. Make our way around onto lap 117. It's coming around quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's closing in. The one thing I know these teams will be relieved about with that track temperature is that it really does wonders for those 4 Dunlops, because you know, we talk about every time these tracks get hotter, you know, these cars get slipperier and harder to drive as we check out another replay, but they'll be loving that track temperature.
Check this is an interesting passing move up the outside. Big defensive move there from Chris Miller, but the Fisher Motorsport entry, Ken Latta, continues to make moves. He's got some pace today too, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's what you want too. You know, you don't want to use up your car in those first couple of laps, because as I said, you don't win it in the first 5 or 10 laps. So if you've got pace towards the end of this race, that's what these teams will be starting to think about. Do they go for that lighter fuel strategy and maybe have a little bit more margin up their sleeve?
Back here, the battle for 7th rages on. QPR Garage, Simon Haynes, Luke Grundell makes the move up the inside into that last chicane. He's got the pace. It's done really well. That was super clean.
Yeah, and now it's just eyes forward. He's got one more car in front of him and then a little bit of clear air, and that's what he'll be loving too. So if he can get the job done on that 77 of Ty Delaney, it'll be eyes forward and trying to see who he can pick off after that. But he finds himself inside the top 10, and that's all he needs to do, just pick them off one at a time.
Yeah, all he's got to do is actually stay there and not overcook it down the back end of the straight.
Yeah.
So let's see what he gets in terms of drive out of this corner. But Ty Delaney, watch your mirrors, mate, because he's coming for you.
Yeah, well, you think about the margin that Luke's thrown away just with those couple of moves. You know, it's nothing against him, but you just think, you know, maybe it's cost him, I don't know, 5 or more seconds. If you put him 5 or more seconds up the road, you know, that makes him just look that little bit prettier. So it's easier to say it than to do it, you know, in the commentary box. But you know, all these little things start to become, you know, in the fold when you start thinking about your race distance towards the end of the race. So he knows he's got pace on his side, and he just needs to be patient.
Let's keep an eye on this as we come around onto lap 119. We go on board with Luke Rundell. Let's see what he's got and see what this lap delivers. I'm hoping we catch a... Well, he's taken a big look up here. He's made it move as well. Oh, so late on the brakes. Can he hold it together here?
He did. I think that was... he had a bit of help there too. Yes, it was a big dive, but I think the 77 just decided, you know what, I'm going to move over a little bit and just give him the room. And I don't think that was a silly manoeuvre, because you're going to watch that Luke will just slowly start to pull away because he's got his eyes forward now. And but geez, as soon as he jumped on the brakes, it was a little bit of a twitch of the car, but he managed to pull it up nicely and got the job done.
Yeah, it's certainly not where I was expecting him. Look at the moves over the grass. These guys are really sacrificing that traction just to try and carve a bit off that corner. The grass is copying an absolute beating from drivers cutting as tight as they can. We see some smoke up ahead.
Is that pit entry?
No, it could be.
Anyway, looks like...
Okay, main straight again. Maybe someone's turned it around a bit there, perhaps.
Lock brake. Yeah, anyway, looks like the track's green. That's the main thing for these teams and drivers.
Green lights. Let's have a quick look back. Let's see if we can find it. I'm hoping... Not the granny speck again. Come on, guys.
Oh, he did. He lost it on exit. I don't know if he got a helping hand there.
Might have had a little nudge perhaps, but thankfully he's kept it off the wall. That's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting some TV time though. So
I mean,
that's
with
the main
a
thing.
view like that, you can't not look at them, right? They're
Absolutely.
doing well.
Oh.
We're just getting word in. We might have had Phil Marsh have a bit of an incident as well. I'm just going to take a quick look over at that, see if we can catch that. What's happened to poor old Phil? We've seen him involved in a couple, unfortunately, today. He's got a bit of damage on that front left by the look of things.
Oh, no!
Oh,
he's got a little bit more damage to that front left again. But again,
oh no, is he stuck? Tell me he's gotten away here.
There he goes. Yeah.
We're good. Take a breath.
Oh, and good heads up. He grabbed as much grass as he could because he wanted to get off the racing line. So really good heads up driving there from Phil. Just the car got away from him, nosed it into the guardrail. And like you said, he already had a little bit of damage previously, but he's just added a little bit more to it, unfortunately. But he's still green and he's still going. That's the main thing.
I think we've potentially... Just want to take a look back. Yeah, pits are happening.
Here we go.
120, so these guys are going to try and push to the end on this full tank, do you reckon? 40 laps, it'd be doable.
Yeah, it's absolutely doable. So they've gone for a lighter fuel load towards the end of the race. So they're going to take their pay now and get that pit stop over and done with. The thing that works in their favour, though, is if they get another safety car, they've already got that pit stop done and they don't have to make that tour down pit lane. So, it's getting interesting now.
It's going to be fuel saving for them. You know, they can take it in around the track behind the safety car, no problems at all. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on the Fisher Motorsport entry in the pits there as well. Coming past Syntec Performance. It's all happening. So let's see. Jeez, big bit of smoke there. Simon Haynes pushing hard. Whether he's just trying to stay in touch or if he's actually trying to put the move on Ty Delaney. Let's keep an eye on this one.
I love that there's some teams that have rolled the dice and they say, yep, you know what, we can make it from here, let's pit, let's just, lay all their cards out on the table, let's just push on and see how we go. There's other teams that are just they'll possibly start thinking about just running their tank that they've got now dry. But there's so many unknowns, and we want to see it in the chat. Who do you think's going to take the checkered flag? Lap 122 of 161 of the Pink Finss Sandown 500. It's really turning out to be a crack of a race, and no one has been an absolute shoo-in from the start of this race. We haven't been able to pick it.
No, it's been very close the whole way through, which you love to see as a commentator. As we take a quick look back here, the Angry Birds Racing entry, Peter Sattler and John Fillingham still going at it, with Mick Clifton just deciding to tag along for the ride as well by the look of things. But yeah, it's you love to see good close racing, and we've been spoilt for choice today, because we've had to look all over the track to try and keep our eyes on things as we see further up the field. Ken Latta making a move on the M1 Racing entry and up into 8th. So you look one way, you catch something, and you miss something else straight away. It's a hard bit of work. I'm looking forward to pulling out all the highlights afterwards, though.
Absolutely, we've seen some really great racing, and have a look at these cars. The pink and on the 43, it's reminiscent of the old Holden racing team with the line down the side, but they've gone pink for the Enduro, which is just great to see as support for Pink Finns. And it's good to see that there's a number of cars just donning the pink to show their support. And again, don't forget, every dollar helps if you want to donate to Pink Finns, an amazing charity that helps women, men and their families that are diagnosed with cancer. Show your support. There's a link in the description on the YouTube channel. It's an easy one to remember too. It's www.pinkfinns.com.au/make a donation. So that is open at all times, and if you're inclined to make a donation, every bit of support makes a significant difference. And if you feel the move to help, your donations to Pink Finns would be greatly appreciated.
Had a request come through from Chad. Rebecca, you've been there with us the whole way along. Definitely a Team Accelerate endurance supporter, I can tell. As Anthony Visma continues to stay in touch. Andrew Dyson out in front has opened that gap up to 7 seconds. You've got to wonder, he's going to have to make a stop soon for fuel, I'd think. But Anthony Visma not too far off in the distance. You can see the second entry there, Accelerate Endurance with Lorne McKee, the car 88 entry is not far behind as well. So absolutely on the money. Team Accelerate are hunting a podium. There's still a lot to do as we start to head towards really the last 30 laps of this race. Anything can still happen. I don't know what to call here. I'm not. I'm usually pretty comfortable to make a bit of a call on what I think's going to happen, but when you take a look at where the pit stops lie, really, Luke Grundell's got 4 pit stops up his sleeve, but I can't recall just when his last one was.
Yeah, and see, one of those pit stops might just be for a splash, so it's going to be till the cycle round. It's probably not going to be till about 20 laps to go that we're going to get a real understanding of where we're at. But how good is it that Rebecca's been showing her support for the team, and like you said, she's been in the chat for most of the broadcast and shouting out to the team. Good supporter.
Love to see it, and I'm hoping that we're managing to get everyone a bit of screen time today, because there's too many beautiful liveries to pass up. So we're trying to get around, but if there's someone you feel like you haven't seen enough of, then yeah, absolutely give us a shout and let us know so we can keep a bit of an eye on them. As we see a few more pit stops just happening here and there, we're at the point now where the teams have got to be really making some decisions about how likely they think another safety car is. The whole pack's pretty well spread out, so it's going to take a real incident that someone manages on their own before we'd be likely to see another safety car at this stage. I don't think I'm ready to call that we're green to the end, though.
Yeah, no, I'm not brave enough for that either. I know there's a couple of teams and drivers that would probably like that, but there's other teams that are probably banking on a bit of a safety car. So, yeah, 126 of 161. Oh, have a look at this gaggle of cars here too. So, yeah, there's no way I want to call it. And the pit stops are going to vary too. We might see driver changes. We might see these drivers just go through to the end. Do some teams want to risk putting a fresh driver towards the end of this race? So those sort of things can be a real factor.
Yeah, it all plays into it. So this is the Angry Birds Racing entry. Chad Vigar behind the wheel. Breakdancer's Jim Caperonis just a half second behind. These guys are caught in the middle of a bit of a pack here. They're a lap down, but still battling with each other. So really who you're seeing move around them there, that'd be the M1 Racing entries, I'd say. Still getting there, but that's Ty Delaney, isn't it? Just up ahead, Daly Delaney entry. So that's position 7, just up ahead of Chad Vigard there. And then you've got Jamie Dyke and Chris Miller in the mix in this little group. So battles within battles within battles. Bit of battleception going on here as we see the M1 Racing team entries getting nice and close through here, but making sure
Sorry, there was a big dive there.
Yeah, it's oh no, who's gone into the wall? Who's that? That's Chad Vigard that's gone into the fence there.
I saw there was a big. Oh, he's got engine damage too. Oh, that was the dive that I saw. Caught the curb, made contact, and he's fired straight into the fence. He's got engine damage, so he needs to be very, very careful to get it back to pit lane, because if he detonates this motor and the car comes to a stop, we are going to see another safety car. Oh, he hasn't got too far to go. Oh no, he's still on the back straight, is he?
He's going to have to limp it. Yeah, that's the back straight that he's running down there. Look at that front wheel bouncing too.
Yeah, this is catch 22. He has to clutch this thing. If he drives it all the way to the lane with that fuel pressure, that oil pressure, sorry, that engine might lunge before he gets there. So he's just got to be very careful to get it back.
I'm going to keep an eye on this as he tries his best to stay off the racing line, but not much he can do there. The Chubby Buns entry coming through. I know that livery well. We've seen it a few times. Doing well to get out of the way of the train of cars coming through, but he'll be. Oh no!
How's he travelling with fast repairs too?
Let's have a quick look. He's still got both of them up his sleeve, so he's done well. He's got it going. He might just make it back to the pits. All the other drivers.
So close.
Oh, come on, mate! You can do it. You can do it.
It's one of those things that catches some of these people out. They're so desperate to get back to the lane that they just drive it back. But if the oil pressure goes through the roof, you are done. So these guys are lucky. They're in a situation where they do have fast repairs. So as long as he gets back to his box, and it looks like he will, he should get away with it. Obviously he's lost a lot of track time, but he'll be able to use one of those fast repairs.
Yeah, well done, well done. He's made it back. So we continue on. 30 odd laps to go. We're still green. We got close there, but he's in there, fast repair and straight back out. So won't have lost quite as much time as he might have otherwise. Meanwhile, these guys, the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, the M1 Racing entry is stacking up with a couple of cars from further back in the mix, just to, make things a little difficult.
I thought you really spoke to the safety car gods there, because you were just saying, I don't think this is going to go to... and we might see another safety car, and then we saw that incident happen. It was like, whoa, we were close.
I'm doing my best to keep them at bay, mate. I don't want to... I really don't think we're going to make it to the end of the safety car, because these guys are all still pushing. We look at the lap pace, we see another puff of smoke off the tyres there as everyone pushes their hardest through that last corner off the back straight. But the lap times are still up there. Like, we look at the top 15, all still running 107s. We're starting to see a couple of 109s creep in, so maybe a bit of fuel saving starting to play in there. A couple of people who are a couple of seconds off their best pace, so just maybe starting to cruise the throttle a little bit. As we're joined by Peter Latham. Peter, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. Now I'm out of the seat.
Yeah, how's the day been out there on track?
It started not good. Got turned around on the last corner and got damage on the car and had to pit, get a new car, and then that put us a lap down, and then going quite well. Troy took over at that stage. I put it into the wall a little bit later, looped it around the back there on turn 4, I think it is. Just brushed the wall, got a zero contact, but the car was too damaged, couldn't race it, so back to the pits again, another new car.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? It doesn't have to be a hard hit, but if it's just the wrong angle, it's all it takes. As you see Oliver Patterson getting a bit loose there. He tries to let one of those M1 Racing entries come through. So how's it feel? Are you done for the day? Is that your last stint over? Are you just going to sit back and watch the rest at this point?
Yeah. I've just finished a double stint. So, so
well and truly for the day then, mate. A well-earned drink at this point.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, the guys have been pretty good. Pretty clean racing and respectful, so that's really good. And we would have been on the lead lap, but the last safety car we didn't get a pull round, so.
Yeah, so you were impacted by that safety car being a bit shorter than you stuck down the back of the pack through in time?
Yeah, I asked if we could, pass safety car, but it just said copy and ended up not getting an opportunity to pass safety car to get back on the lead lap in the last safety car, so puts us down in the order a bit.
Look, there's still everything to race for, and at the end of the day,
oh yeah,
you're still in the battle for positions, even if it's not at the top end of the order. So, mate, really solid set of laps turned in there, and to pull a double stint in an enduro is no small feat. So, mate, you've done really well. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to in terms of sponsors for your entry today, or anyone who's watching?
Yeah, I got invited by Troy and Becky Performance and the Window Tint. And I just like to, I like the race because it supported cancer. Obviously, I'm a cancer survivor myself, so I kind of know what it's all about. And it's a great cause, and Jamie's a great bloke, and I've met his wife, but no doubt she's a great girl. And just a great shout out to all the people doing race control and yourself for doing the commentary and all the other drivers. And thanks to Troy for inviting me and his team.
Good stuff, mate. And well done out there, and definitely go and enjoy yourself a nice cold drink of choice as we watch the QPR 17 on track right now. Troy behind the wheel, bringing it home.
Yeah.
Well done, Peter.
Yeah.
Good job.
All right, cheers, man.
Thank you.
Bye.
That's Peter Latham, who's just stepped out of a whole lot of laps back to back there to get him through the middle part. And now it's all on Troy Sipple to bring it home. They're a couple laps down, but still plenty to fight for. They've got Steve Brumley up ahead in the SLS Racing entry, and Joe Loney are all on the same lap. So, they're not done yet, are they, Sam, man?
No, it sounds like Peter. Oh, there's a car backwards, sideways, into the barrier, just there, we're just out of shot. Who's that? Oh, we got no engine damage, thank goodness.
Gotten away with it.
Wow, that was close. I was going to say, Peter sounds like he's had the entire Sandown experience. Oh, he's just got in sideways, locked it up, kept it off the armcade, thankfully.
Not much to it, straight back into it.
Battles on for another day.
He's lost a bit of time there behind Troy Sipple, though, so he'll have to do a bit of work to catch back up. As we take a look forward, and these guys still all sorts of mixed up. We've got these 3 M1 racing entries that just can't seem to get clear of these couple of back markers in amongst them. It's got to be slowing down at this stage.
Yeah, and I guess frustration starts to creep in a little bit. Obviously, they start thinking about whether they've made their pit stop, whether they should pit to get out of the traffic. But it does get a little bit frustrating, especially when you're this late in the day and you're trying to push forward. And here we go. Oh, the 69 thinking about making a move, doesn't quite pull it off. Locked up a little bit of an inside front there, but another inside front lock up for another car back behind there. But they're all pushing on, and they know the time's getting away from them. Lap 134 of 161.
And that number 69 car, Jim Caparonis in the breakdancers entry, he's actually back in 15th. So we're talking about these guys being caught up together. He's going to want to be really careful that he doesn't take Ty Delaney out. If he's going for more pace than Ty's wanting to run at the moment, you wouldn't want to big lock up. That was an interesting choice there. Who's that? That's Jamie Dyke back in the 55 entry, almost into the back of the breakdance entry. Jim Caparonis would have been watching the mirrors and a bit of a pucker moment, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. You see someone take a dive, you see a puff of smoke, and you think, man, am I next to get drilled? But thankfully they all got away. But it'll be interesting once all these pit stops play out. There's a couple more cars in there in the lane, but we were talking before, there was 20 odd cars that were on the lead lap, and now we're only find ourselves with 10 cars on the lead lap. So that's going to change a little bit when the rest of these teams get their final pit stop out of the way. But they're slowly running out of time, and they really need to put themselves in the best position they can.
As we've just lost our coverage here, sorry guys, we're going to get back into that as quickly as we can.
So while
While
Yeah,
we're
we'll battle
restarting
those
that,
screens.
yeah, well, we'll try and get this back up and running and get our coverage running again. Look, let's have a quick chat about Pink Finns and the reason we're all here today.
Absolutely, and that's one of the beautiful things. The Pink Finns Sandown 500, the weekend Sandown 500. It's a heartfelt tribute to Felicity, James, Jamie, and their daughters as they navigate their own journey through cancer. I mean, there's so many stories that we touched on throughout the broadcast. That there's people that have been touched by in many ways with cancer. And I guess the sim racing community, we're trying to do our absolute best and organise any donations that we can to go to the Pink Finns charity. A lot of these teams and everyone who's supporting this race for the broadcast, all of the money that we raise is going directly to Pink Finns. And if you are at home, have an opportunity where you want to feel like you can donate, please reach out. It's an easy link to remember. It's www.pinkfinns.com.au/make a donation, and there is a link in the YouTube chat too. I know they'll be grateful for whatever they get. Yeah, they don't have to have the $1 million donations as much as it would be nice, but if you can spare even as much as $5, sacrifice a cup of coffee perhaps for Monday morning and fire that to Pink Finns. Every dollar goes a long way. And this has all come about by Jamie McKnight and his family obviously having to deal with it. His wife Felicity. We're so glad to hear that she's doing well, and it's never a great thing to have that word. We touched on it a little bit earlier in the broadcast. The word cancer, it freaks everyone out, and it doesn't affect not only the person that's diagnosed, but it's family members, it's children, and you don't think about that. There's so many kids that their lives have been impacted, or they've had their families cut short, where family members and loved ones have unfortunately may have lost their lives to cancer, and Pink Finns are doing their absolute best to throw as much support as they can, not only the people that are diagnosed, but their families as well. So big shout out to them, and we're really grateful. So hang in there. We're just accompanied with a couple of technical issues in the background, but we're going to do our absolute darndest to get our vision back as we close in for the closing laps of the Sandown 500. It's a Pink Finns Sandown 500, 161 laps, so we're in the dying stages, and we're ready to call and see who's going to take out the checkered flag. If you're at home, you think you're going to, who's going to win this one, we want to see it in the chat. Throw some support for your favourite driver, your favourite team. And we're going to see.
Notice in the chat there that Grundell lost his internet connection, so the driver we've been watching make the moves up through the field has had to step out of that SLS entry. So that's going to make things interesting. That's going to throw their plan into absolute disarray. Much like our stream is at the moment. I'm sorry, guys. We're working as hard as we can to get our connection back. And it looks like we should be back up and running very soon. But tell you what, you plan for everything. You plan for safety cars. You plan for fuel loads. Sim racing can do this to you. Sometimes you've got to plan for not quite having the driver that you might want.
Yeah, well, that's it. And, we think about the difficulties we have in sim racing and what can and can't go wrong. Our 20-cent part, I guess, is something that's out of our hands, is our internet connection. And that's something that drivers have to deal with all around the world. So, unfortunately, we're having those difficulties as well. And there's a couple of drivers that are having that same issue. So, it's something we'll endeavour to get on top of as quick as we can. But we appreciate everyone still sticking around. I know it's not much fun looking at a black screen, but we promise we will get those pictures to you as soon as we can, because we are just as interested in seeing the closing laps of this race as you are, as we see live pictures back from the Sandown International Raceway. We apologise for that break in transmission, but we are going to go to the end. As we see, don't forget, yell out for your favourite driver, for your team. Maybe put out a little prediction and see who you think is going to take the checkered flag at lap 161.
All right, we seem to have resolved all those technical difficulties. I think we're good here, Sam. I'm hoping that someone in the chat can just give us a shout, make sure that they're getting their vision of them. We are back up and running. So lap 140, 21 laps to go. It's all coming together.
Yeah, and this is what these teams and drivers, this is where they want to be. They want to be up towards the pointy end with closing in with 20 laps to go. It's one of the biggest races in Australia, the Sandown 500, and of course it's always the lead up to the big one, the Bathurst 1000. But for me, it's a traditional run to Bathurst, isn't it? It's for me, it's always the Sandown 500, then the Bathurst 1000. And for these teams and drivers to be able to tackle this racetrack and do a simulated 500k race, I'm very, very jealous, to tell you the truth.
And look, I'm gonna throw a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons here, something a little controversial. I actually think I might, and I know what this is going to do here, but I actually think I might prefer Sandown to Bathurst. Would you believe?
Oh, dear me.
Hear me out, right? I know there's a lot of history with Bathurst. I know that we're talking absolute motorsport royalty is made there. We've got probably just as much tradition and history at Bathurst in terms of racing as just about anything else in Australia. But the track itself, for all of the difficulty it presents, there's so much of that track that just doesn't present passing opportunities. Yeah, it comes down to a lot of strategy play, but you don't get the sort of passing shots and the close racing with passing opportunities that you do get at Sandown. I know it's a big call, but I almost think I prefer Sandown.
Wow. Yeah, look, I love Sandown. I'm not going to say I'm going to choose Sandown over Bathurst. Bathurst, yes, I hear what you're saying with passing opportunities and how narrow it gets, but Bathurst is a mental challenge. To drive hard 161 laps and get your team across the line when you're going that fast across the top of the mountain and you've got other cars and conditions to take on. For me, it's the pinnacle. As we see a car diving into pit lane.
That'll be the Marty Motorsports entry, Oliver Patterson coming into pit there as we go forward again to the M1 racing entries.
So I want to see what everyone thinks in the chat. What do you think about Jared's call? Sandown better than Bathurst?
Roy's pretty clear in how he feels about that, and that's fair enough. I might not be invited back to Alliance Sim Racing after that, But,
I love it, Roy. I love it.
Look, it is what it is. I'm speaking purely from a commentary perspective and a very amateur driver's perspective. So I'm well aware. I am. I'm just aware that with comments like that come backlash from time to time, and I'm ready for it. Bring it on.
Hey, mate, yeah, that's it. And yep, you're entitled. And there are a couple of people that I know, I'm not going to mention who will throw them under a bus on the stream, but there's a couple of people out there that don't love Bathurst. So, yeah, each to their own. But, yeah, Sandown always puts on a good show, and we've seen that here today too, haven't we? These teams and drivers have been challenged with this racetrack. Like I said, on paper it looks really easy, but you do a lap round here and you wonder why you're so far off the pace. That's why, it's because it's definitely quirky and it's got its own special traits, and it's not easy to go fast around here.
No, it's really not, is it? It's really not. As we look at Steve Grumley there, the Ellis racing entry, I don't reckon he was planning on another stint at this point, so he's done well to jump back in the car. It's been a day full of all sorts of ups and downs along the way as we come to the back straight, the QPR 21 entry, as the UR racing entry, Mitchell Allison looking to make a move up the inside.
Oh, it's a battle of the brakes, isn't it? Oh, up on the curb, a little bit of lock tyre on the outside. Got away with it, but it's still not over. Oh, nearly side-by-side contact coming into the chicane.
And that entry there, the number 30, the Millennium Racing, right up in behind him. He's another lap down yet, so not even in that fight at this stage.
Yeah, not sure I'd be too impressed if I was Todd Martin getting a tap from behind from a lap car, but nevertheless, they all managed to get through unscathed.
Yeah, as we see Andrew Dyson now back into third. So that'll potentially have had an impact from. Just want to see if it's made a pit stop since we get back live. So we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out. We've got a bit of chatter going on with race control in the background. So just
So now it's everyone here now, they've bought their ticket to the end, so to speak. Lap 144 of 161. Whatever you've got in the car now, it's time to use it. You know, it's really time to push forward. So Chris Miller leading this race at the moment, 6.7 seconds over Ty Delaney. But yeah, look, so much can still happen. There's, you know, dare I say, do we even see another safety car? It bunches this race right up like that. That could be absolute chaos for some of these teams and drivers.
It would be, wouldn't it? And you know, the field really quite spread out at the moment. That would be all it takes. So we'd be into a sprint for the finish. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be overwhelmingly disappointed if we had to call that. You know.
Yeah, me too. As a driver and a team, I don't want to see it. But as a commentator or as a spectator, absolutely, bring it on.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a look back further in the field. The SLS Racing entry. Oliver Patterson desperately searching for a way through. He's been right in behind him over the fast few corners. So we'll keep an eye on this because it's probably about the closest battle on the track just at the moment.
It happens too, doesn't it, with endurance racing? You know, it gets to a point in the race where the field starts to spread out, and some teams will be cursing the margins between some of these drivers, but there'll be some people that are absolutely lapping it up. So, you know, a couple of late race strategies possibly to play out. You know, so much so that, you know, no one's really putting their money on a race winner at this stage.
No, as Chris Miller jumps into the pit, so the lead will change hands. Ty Delaney back in front. It's worth noting only the top 12 on the same lap now, so a few pit stops may have happened while we were struggling off air there. So yeah, we've got a bit of a changing shape of race now as things start to settle in. So we'll see where Chris Miller re-emerges from that. But Ty Delaney out in front, Andrew Dyson challenging. The accelerated endurance entries. We've had a bit of a driver change there, I believe. Jason Spriggs and Damien Cairns, so they've made a stop in there somewhere as well. So I'll tell you what, we've missed a lot in a very short time. And it's, yeah, they're still challenging for a podium, I reckon.
Yeah, and this is where it gets interesting to see if everyone has actually got enough fuel to make it home now. You know, that difference with Ty Delaney now and Andrew Dyson, 1.6 seconds. So I was just stating before how big the margin was, and there's absolutely nothing in it now.
As the M1 Racing entries swap positions, so Jamie Dyke going offline there to let Chris Miller through. The strategy is starting to play out as we enter the last 15 laps around Sandown. I'll tell you what, 500Ks goes way too quick when you're trying to keep up with it all. So these guys on some different strategies, and Jamie Dyke really just letting Chris Miller pull away in front. As we take a look back from Miller's car. We'll see where these M1s end up, but Ty Delaney's still out in front. Also the M1 team, I'm curious to see if he's got another pit stop. Andrew Dyson would have to have another pit stop coming, I would think, because he's been out in that Racecraft 17 entry for quite a while. So I don't know how solid that number 2 position is as we get down the track, but he's pulling Ty Delaney in really, really fast.
Yeah, so really pushing, and I said, you know, it's at the point of the race now where you just got to give everything you've got. You know, there's no point saving anything now. We're in the dying stages, and yeah, to be in a position where you've got a chance at winning the Sandown 500, it's exciting for any of these teams and drivers. That's what they've strived for this whole lead up. You know, not only the fact that you're going to do a 500k race, but getting in there and throwing your support behind Pink Finss for Sandown 500, it's truly special, and no doubt this is something that everyone would love to have on their resume as chalking up a win here.
Yeah, can't argue with that. It's iconic, isn't it? Even if it is a simulated version. I'll tell you what, I've got a much better chance of picking up a win at this Sandown 500, although perhaps not in this company. But I've got a much better chance at this one than the one in Victoria, Australia itself. So, yeah, it's certainly something that everyone strives for here. All of these drivers would have been keen for it. But watch Andrew Dyson just threatening closer and closer to the back of Ty Delaney. I wonder, looking at the pace, you know, Ty Delaney's still turning some pretty good laps, 107.8. Andrew Dyson just a bit quick, about half a second quicker per lap. So I've got to wonder, You know, is Andrew Dyson about to make that pit stop and he's just trying to get everything he can out of it before a splash and dash late in the race?
They're coming up some traffic too, so this will make things interesting for these guys. Like I said, the traffic has been amazing. There are a lot of people have been getting out of the way, and you can see it's at the 888 car just moving to one side, just letting it go. So that's Michael Hayes has just backed out of it and let the leaders push on. Oh, I thought it was going to be a dive there up the inside, possibly, but they don't need to do anything silly. The last thing they want to do is cop a penalty in these dying stages because, A, they're going to be caught out and have to maybe possibly take a tour down pit lane, but it's going to throw away a chance at winning one of the biggest races of the year.
Yeah, they've got to be really, really careful at this point. You would hate to crash out with, 12 laps to go. That'd be devastating.
So it's close between Title 80, Andrew Dyson, 2/10 in it. You can see on screen there's nothing in it. And then 10 seconds back, it's Stephen Varga for third. Still waiting to see if they need to make a tour down pit lane or have they done all their stops. Have they got enough to go home to the end? As we make it to the start-finish line and we start lap 150 of 161.
And here they go again. I'm sitting here waiting for one of them to make the late dive into the pits.
Oh, like that.
Oh, huge.
Oh, he's managed to pull it up. Yep, that was a big dive. Oh, didn't quite get the job done though, so they're still going to battle it out. Oh, they give each other plenty of racing room. They get single file smart and they start to race down the back straight.
That's right, Delaney will have the advantage of the draft down the back, so is he going to make a dive at this, really by this stage now of coverage, very famous corner where all of these moves have happened today? He's got an opportunity to join the ranks of those who have made us just crazy pass on the brakes. Maybe not this time around, and that's probably a good choice at this stage.
Yeah, everyone's managed to get through there. I wonder if they still need to pit. That's the bit that I'm scratching my head about. Do they need to make another tour down pit lane?
Delaney's backed right off. He's not pushing hard here. He's out to 7/10 already. Is he counting on? What's happened there? Just lost a bit of pace with that car in front, so he's right up behind him again. He'll take the draft.
He's just got held up by a little bit of traffic there. So, yeah, he's going to make a move up the inside here. So are these guys confident enough that they've got enough to go home? Lap 151 of 161. These guys are battling. They've got themselves a 9-second margin back to third place, Stephen Varga. So, it's getting awfully close. I'm always worried. Every time they get that right rear tyre up onto the berm and the ripple strip, I get worried that they're going to line up the tyres and spin around. Yeah. Oh, contact down the back straightaway. Hard contact into the Armco. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if it was a misjudgment trying to pull out from the draft, but there was a car that fired off hard left into the Armco. We'll try and catch a replay of that. I didn't see who it was. I didn't see who it was or if they've managed to keep going, but it looked like someone just miscalculated pulling out from the draft and made heavy contact, tagged the back of the car, and it looked like a pink Mustang that fired hard left into the Armco barrier.
We'll see if we can find this.
Yeah, I did say it was a pink car.
So
Let's
it's
just see.
Not Angry Birds Racing. And that's actually a fair few laps back, this issue. So we'll keep an eye on the standings, see if we can figure out what's going on. As we jump back up front, Andrew Dyson now pulling further and further away. So Ty Delaney doesn't have the fuel to compete. That's got to be the point. He's making that in, and he's counting on Dyson needing to make another stop.
Yeah, he may need to have a splash, so that's probably what he's. Yeah, I mean, at this point in the race, whether you've got enough to make it home or not. And if you don't, you just need to hit a number. And regardless of who's around you and how far they might be getting away from you, it doesn't matter how far up the road. If you run out of fuel, you're not going to get the job done. So I think he's in massive fuel-saving mode at the moment, and he's just letting Andrew Dyson run away and, If Andrew has to make another tour down pit lane, so be it. But if he doesn't, it's just making that race just that little bit more comfortable for him.
Yeah, it's okay, let's stick with Andrew Dyson here. I'm torn between just sorting a couple of things so we can get race control back in our ear here, but I don't want to look away. Andrew Dyson, I'm certain he's got another pit stop to make here. I don't know. He's pushing really hard. So either he's got heaps of fuel on board, and where his last pit stop was, or he's doing everything he can to give himself an opportunity to stay up front. But taking a look back, QPR Stephen Varga was at 10 seconds. He's closed that to 6.
Yeah.
So he's making the moves. He's got plenty of fuel on board.
Yeah, I'm thinking Varga's safe, but it's Delaney and Dawson. They're the two or Dyson that I'm worried about as far as whether they have got enough fuel to make it home. But it could be the case.
We're hearing here that Delaney is a fuel saver from way back. His dad's a fuel saver as well. Apparently, it's in his blood. So let's see what happens. Yeah, it's all going to be the team guessing whether Dyson needs to make a stop there or not, isn't it? As Oliver Patterson pleads with the QPR 21 entry to let him pass. He's been all over the back of Todd Martin here for a couple of laps, and he wants to get a move on and just get going. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Andrew Dyson's still out in front. Ty Delaney, the gap just widening, and Stephen Varga continues to close in on Ty Delaney.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Him saving fuel now, he's really going to be in trouble, because I think the way the Vargs is going is that he doesn't have to worry about fuel, so he's just going to keep pushing, and I don't think it'll be too much longer before he gets the job done on Ty.
As we look back to the front, there it is. You can see the huge gap opening up. Dyson's got nothing but space behind him down the main straight, with Delaney coming through 5 seconds back, and now Stephen Varga 5 seconds behind Ty Delaney. Ty Delaney, his pace has been a couple of seconds off his best. He's now back out into the mid 108s as he's going around on these laps, so he's definitely taking the foot off the throttle. All to do here. Can Dyson get it to the line with 6 laps to go? Has he got the fuel for it? It's a big
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that team just to know how much fuel he's got. Because if they've got plenty in the tank, they've turned out to be absolute geniuses, and they're just running away with this. So it's really putting them in good stead. But I tell you, if they have to make a quick dart down pit lane, it'll hurt them, and they'll drop a couple of spots. But I think if they have to pit, that's what he's doing. He's just going to run as hard as he can, because, you either make a decision. You either save fuel and go to the end, or you push as hard as you can and you make a quick pit stop. So that might be where they're at. They may have to make another tour down pit lane, but they might be just looking at that splash. But we know that he's pushing, and I guess for their team and everyone's sake, they're just hoping that people who are watching this and cheering for him, that they've got enough to make it to the end.
Yeah, and he's certainly turning in good laps. That last one, a 107.39. So he's still quick. His best lap today, a 106.89. So plenty of pace still in that car. As we take a little bit of a look back at the accelerated endurance entries, we're talking about these guys challenging for a podium. They're really hoping that someone up there needs to make a pit stop, because I think they're out of touch here for the podium spots as well, and they need to keep an eye on Chris Miller with M1 Racing. He's making a move and just slowly catching Damien Cairns just behind him. So this is the battle for 4th. Jason Spriggs has it pretty well under control, but a huge gap ahead to Stephen Varga. So unless Andrew Dyson finds himself in the pit, then these guys are going to be out of the podium running. But 5 laps to go. There we go. So we are into the last 5 laps of this race. It is where it gets exciting.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, like I said, I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Does Dyson have enough to make it home? The last 5 laps of the Pink Finss Sandown 500, it's been an absolute ripper of a race. A couple of safety cars just to mix things up, but at the moment, that racecraft number 17, that thing is absolutely blitzing away, and we're just hoping he's got enough fuel to the end.
And we look just a little bit further down, and here comes Ty Delaney. Stephen Varga only 3 seconds back now on Ty Delaney. So yeah, Delaney is definitely running fuel saving and trying desperately to make it to the end. But we'll be keeping an eye on the mirrors, because if he can make it through, he's probably calculating what pace he needs for these last 5 laps, just to hold off the fast charging QPR entry with Varga behind the wheel. But that gap keeps just coming down slowly and slowly. He's going to be managing this very, very carefully to try and secure P2 and hope that Dyson might run out of fuel. But mate, I don't know. I reckon if he's holding this pace, there's not much chance that he's actually needing to stop. So this could be Dyson's race. And as you say, if they do wrap it up here, they have delivered an absolute masterclass in pit strategy.
Yeah, Andrew Dyson teaming up with Brian Borg. They've really, they've opened that margin to 7.8, nearly 8 seconds. We've touched on that Ty is saving a little bit of fuel, but I think the biggest concern for Ty now is, like you said, Stephen Varga. He's got pace on board, and they're desperately just trying to hold on for a podium position here, and still more to play out as we come up, and we're almost ready to start. 3 laps to go.
And I reckon if I'm Ty Delaney right now, I'm looking at these 2 back markers in behind me, and I'm thinking, okay, I need to keep them there because there's the QPR car. If you can keep just a couple of cars in between you, it just gives that little bit more breathing room. He's going to have to manage this very, very carefully.
I keep watching the timing screens just to see if I see anyone dart to the pit lane, but he may have enough to go on. And with 3 laps to go, I'll tell you what, there's only a handful of people know whether he can make it to the end or not. And that's that team and Andrew Dyson himself.
Yeah, mate, it's a nail biter. I would love to have their race radio up right now. I can't imagine that they've got so much fuel left they don't have to care about it in some way. There's no way they've left themselves that much excess that they're not thinking about it.
Yeah, Brian, where are you? Jump into the green room, mate. Give us a heads up. He's not telling anyone, though. He doesn't want anyone. He doesn't want Ty Delaney to know. He doesn't want Stephen Varga to know. So they're obviously going to keep their cards close to their chest. But I expected Ty to get harassed by Steve at the moment, but he's still holding on. He's doing a great job to hold off Stephen Varga.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to those couple of back markers. Them being there is going to make it really, really hard for Varga to get in touch. He's flashing the lights furiously. You can see that in behind. He wants through, and the Angry Birds entry moves over to let him. So it's down to 1 in between them. That's the number 15 car, Accelerated Endurance 2, Mark Houghton behind the wheel. So he's the leader of the cars that are a lap down. Oh, mate, we've got to keep a close eye on this. 2 laps to go. Andrew Dyson way out in front. Shows no sign of stopping. It looks like they're about to run away with this, and what a drive it's been.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. Oh, you can see Vargs, he's furiously just trying to flash the lights. 1, he's trying to get them to move out of the way, but 2, just trying to distract. Looks like he's going to get out of the way, which is awesome. Well, is he? Yes, he is. He's just going to roll out of the throttle. The last thing you want to do is hold up anyone, especially if it's a battle for a podium, is that they know that they're not on that lead lap. And this is where it puts pressure on Ty now, because he knows that Vargs is all sideways.
Very sideways.
That might just give him enough breathing room as they approach the 1 lap to go.
So here we go. We're going to stick with this one because we're going to see this through to the end. P2, P3. It's all to do for Stephen Varga. He's got a 1.5 seconds to make up. There's the white flag. We're into the final lap. Andrew Dyson not in the pit lane. He has delivered a masterclass. Him and his team, Racecraft 17 entry. As long as he doesn't run out of fuel on this last lap, we'll get to him crossing the line if we can. But these guys, it's all to do for Stephen Varga. Ty Delaney just has to hold on, and he's managing. He's actually putting some pace on as he gets through there. But holding that 1.5 second gap, Stephen Varga will be desperately trying to get into any kind of draft he can find.
So there's been a brilliant run from Andrew Dyson and the whole Racecraft Simulations team. They have absolutely put on a clinic in these dying stages. That margin is out to 10.3 seconds now, and it looks like they're going to hold on to win the Pink Finss Sandown 500. They've got that margin. They're only a few corners away. As we go on board and we see Dyson come around the last corner, He'll come round, he'll take the checkered flag in the Pink Finss Sandown 500. Andrew Dyson, Brian Borg in the Racecraft Simulations Mustang.
Brilliant drive and brilliant work from that team. Ty Delaney holds off Stephen Varga. There it is, takes P2. He's stoked with that, and why wouldn't you be? He's done an amazing job in managing that fuel coming into those last 10 laps or so. And Stephen Varga, out of nowhere, has just snuck in with a really nice drive to pick up P3. Unfortunately for the Accelerate Endurance team, finishing just outside the podium they were so keen for. But our winner for the day, Andrew Dyson, what a bloody great drive from him, and the management from his team to get him home with obviously more than enough fuel. That's an amazing strategic effort.
Yeah, and we knew, because in the dying stages there, it was himself and Ty Delaney. They were battling, and then you just saw the next lap, Ty just backed right out of it. He knew that he really needed to save fuel to get to the end, and Andrew was just like, well, you little beauty, I'm going to take off with this. Ended up 10 seconds down the road and takes the win. Himself and Brian Borg will be absolutely stoked in the Racecraft Simulations Mustang, and they'll walk away as winners of the Pink Finss Sandown 500, brought to you by Alliance Sim Racing. What an event, and yeah, absolutely stoked for them. They'll be celebrating tonight, obviously with a couple of fresh cold cans of Coke, no doubt, and they'll be reminiscing, and hopefully they go back and enjoy the replay of this race. It's been an absolute cracker.
Hasn't it just, as we take a look at the finishing standings there, and the Pink Finss Sandown 500 won by Andrew Dyson in the Ford Mustang GT, the Racecraft 17 entry. Ty Delaney finishing just shy of 10 seconds short of him there. And then Stephen Varga taking out position number 3. The Accelerate Endurance entries in 4th and 5th. M1 Racing coming through in 6th place. Chris Miller finishing that drive out. Fishy Motorsport, Ken Ladder taking out number 7. Michael Stewart, a great drive, finishing out the Balance Stewart Foundation entry in P8. So I suspect that finishing that drive was probably a bit special for Michael Stewart, and good to see that. Jamie Dyke in 9th, the M1 Racing red entry featuring in our top 10, and rounded out by Troy Stonestreet in the Simtech performance car, who, really stayed out of trouble the whole way, didn't he? And a great drive to finish up P10 there.
Well, that's it. That's endurance racing in a nutshell, really, isn't it? It's buying that ticket to the end and doing everything right. And yeah, what a brilliant race. And so many of these teams and drivers should be so proud of what they've achieved today. And, it's no mean feat. Doesn't matter who you race against. Just doing 500 grueling kilometres around any racetrack, specifically Sandown. Everyone's got their work cut out for them. And in a moment, we'll be having a chat to the top 3, and looking forward to hearing some of their insights as we wind down this race. What a great event.
Let's bring the man himself, the cyborg, Brian Borg. How are you feeling after that one, mate?
Yeah, pretty good. Was interesting with the strategies at the end, and all of that kind of stuff with what happened with the safety car, and the safety car picking up the wrong car and the advantage that they had, but we still just knuckled down and got back to the front.
Yeah, bloody great driver. We've got Andrew Dyson on board. Andrew, mate, what a way to finish out that stint there. You must be absolutely cheering that you didn't have the fuel issues that we saw with Ty Delaney, hey?
Yeah, definitely cheering. I mean, we were pretty comfortable with when we pitted to make it to the finish. We knew the other guys were pretty close, and there was a gap to bridge, but we thought that at the very least, like worst case scenario for us, we'd make a race of it. But as it turns out, we were able to get there with a few laps in hand, sort of thing, to be able to make a battle of it. So we did that and made it a good one. Yeah,
nice work, guys. Nice work, and a well-deserved win. How are you going to celebrate tonight? There's the question.
I've got a few Bundy Reds in the fridge. I might enjoy them this afternoon. But yeah,
nice.
MotoGP on tonight too. We'll watch that.
Yeah, no, that's a cracking drive there, and well done, guys. I tell you what, I really thought you were going to need to make a stop there. I really was impressed that you managed to get the fuel levels right, and it didn't look like it was going to be such a winning margin. But 10 seconds out from second place over 500 Ks, that's a pretty impressive effort. So well done to both of you, and thanks for dropping by. Go enjoy it. We saw some good burnouts there in the the closing lap. So thanks for the vision, and yeah, well done.
Sweet, man.
Yeah.
Tried my best. Thanks for having us
Cheers.
along, and thanks, Borgie, for having us, and thanks everyone else who got around behind the race, and to Jamie McKnight and all the crew who put it together. Cheers.
Yeah, and I'd just like to do a big shout out to Jamie and his wife, and we're all thinking about you guys, and a great cause, and yeah, that's what it was all about, really. That's the main winner today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about Pink Finns today. So well done, guys, and thanks for the support. Appreciate you dropping by to have a chat to us as we say hello to Ty Delaney and Travis Daly. Guys, how's it? You had to really manage the fuel there at the end. We could tell you were caught in a space between wanting to stick with the Racecraft 17 entry and having to make it to the end. How are you feeling? P2, nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, unreal. It was a great race. Just managing those tyres and that fuel was strong. Ty did a great job.
Good to see. Good to see.
Very tough race. A lot of tyre degrading everywhere, cars off everywhere. Safety cars definitely made it difficult. The strategy just threw nuts and bolts into the box, but it was very hard to tell which was the right strategy and what to do.
I was going to comment on that, Ty. A great drive at the end there. It must have been hard having to back out of the throttle and save fuel to make it to the end.
Yeah, a lot of fuel saving going on. It didn't help that much that there were a lot of back markers. I think nearly half the field was back markers. So we were just trying to find someone that was reasonable pace when we were saving and just sit behind them and do some saving. But most of the time it was just by myself saving in open air.
Well, yourself and Travis did an amazing job. A second place at the Sandown 500 is nothing to sneeze at, and no doubt you two will be pretty stoked with the result.
100%. Cheers for that, guys.
Yeah, brilliant work, brilliant work. Go celebrate. P2, nothing to sneeze at, as we said, and a great drive and great strategy to make it to the end there, even if you were running on fumes at the very end of it as well.
No worries. Cheers for that, boys.
As we say hello to, I think we've got Jason and Stephen. Have we got both of you here with us?
You got Jason. You haven't got Vargs yet. There he is.
Here he is. Oh, I've just managed to drag him back out. I'll have to get him back in here. But tell us about the race from your perspective.
Oh yeah, it was pretty hectic in that first stint, trying to hold off Jamie and Ty. Like they probably had the pace on me, but I just tried to not let them get by. But yeah, Borgie just pulled away. Obviously, he's got bit more better pace than us. But yeah, it was a good race, good fun, plenty of respect out there.
Absolutely,
it was interesting, isn't it? Those dying stages, Varg. So you were in the hot seat trying to chase down Ty Delaney. We weren't sure. We thought you'd probably get the job done on him, but you got caught up with a little bit of traffic. That probably delayed things a little bit for you.
I was hoping I wouldn't on that second last lap. I thought, I can give it a bit of air, and yeah, I was kind of gone away from then, and I was just trying to hang on, make sure I didn't bin it.
Well, P3's pretty good for the Sandown 500. Did you think you guys were in with a sniff? You thought you were favourites coming into today? How was the prep leading up to the 500?
I always hope you got a chance. But I'd like to say thanks to Richo for joining me. Hopefully he'll join me for future Enduros. Hopefully I can pull my finger out a bit and get a little bit quicker.
All right, boys, before we let you go, is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go and enjoy this one?
Just the organisers and the broadcasters, obviously yourselves. Thanks for putting on the show. It'd be good to sit back and watch later.
Yeah, let's say thanks to Quantum, thanks to all the broadcast crew and race control and spectators and
shout out to Pecky.
Yeah.
Hey.
Nice work. That's nice work. And thanks again, the P3, a great result for QPR. Jamie McKnight, saving the best for last, mate. How did you go today?
Look, I was on fire, to be honest. I was having one of my best drives, and then I blew the engine. I don't know if you saw, but I had Kenny Ladder as my teammate, and he said, don't worry, mate, just roll it in. We'll get a fast repair. Went back out, I think we were 24th, but still on the lead lap. And I said, look, God's with me today, mate. We're doing this for my wife, so we'll be right. And handed the car over to him, and I think I was 18th, and he got us all the way back to 7th or 6th. So I couldn't have asked for much better drive from a team, mate. Well done, Kenny.
Yeah, absolutely. And to still finish top 10 after a blown motor, you can't be upset with that at all.
No, we weren't. We
Western,
weren't.
right?
Hey, I just wanted to thank you guys for supporting this event, and to all the drivers who paid, a donation towards breast cancer and cancer research. It meant a lot to my wife and I, and I've got a bit of a frog in the throat at the moment, boys. Great community iRacing when you need someone to stand behind you.
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, it is. And look, all the thoughts from everyone here at the broadcast and the league team with you today as we support Pink Finss and all of the great work that they've done. So really glad we could try and bring the event to as many people as possible and raise a bit of awareness for a great organisation.
Absolutely, and I really sincerely say, it means a lot. And great bunch of people in iRacing, and I love you all.
Jamie, it's so good to have you here in the chat, and mate, our prayers, wishes, and we just hope that you, Felicity, and your daughters are all okay. We're all thinking of you, and like you said, it's just brilliant when people get behind something like this and support a foundation like Pink Finss. People go through some trying times, mate, and our heart and our thoughts are with you and the family, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Sam, man. And like you said, I've done plenty of these events for other people. I never thought it'd be me in the box seat. That's the way life goes sometimes. And it's been a tough year for us, but she's doing really well. She's had the operation and she's had the chemotherapy. So we're just hoping that we've got a hold of it, and we've got it for a few more years yet, mate.
That's great news. Make sure you send her our love from everyone in the sim community. We know you do a lot for sim racing. You're supplying setups. You're a good mentor to some people out there, and you've provided me with some valuable driving information, and I've had the pleasure of racing with you for a couple of years now, mate. So my thoughts are with you and the family, and make sure you send Felicity all our love, buddy.
Absolutely, mate. She's listening to the broadcast, so you've sent it to her yourself, bud. But thank you so much for the day, and once again, it means a lot to know that I've got the guys like you behind me. It really does mean something when you're in these situations. Thank you.
No worries, buddy. How good's that, Jared, that we're actually able to do something like this for such a good cause, and the community gets together, puts on this event, and here we have it, the Pink Finss Sandown 500. There's still plenty of time for people out there to donate if you haven't had a chance. My thoughts are maybe give up a cup of coffee for tomorrow morning and maybe flick $5 to Pink Finss. The donation link is in the YouTube channel, but it's an easy one to remember too, www.pinkfinns.com.au/make a donation. That donation is live 24/7. So if you can't do it this week or maybe next week, just sacrifice a cup of coffee. Throw them $5. Every dollar counts, because every bit of support makes a significant difference. And if you feel moved to help, your donations to Pink Finns will be greatly appreciated. But we've been put on a heck of a show here, Jared. It's been an absolute pleasure to call with you.
Mate, I've really enjoyed the time in the booth with you, and it's been a fantastic race to be a part of, and all for a very, very worthy cause, of course. So, look, I won't cover over the same stuff. I think if anyone can reach out and give Pink Finns a bit of support, it's always worthwhile. But mate, been an absolute pleasure, and so I'll leave it in your capable hands in terms of closing words, my friend.
Well, we've seen an absolutely brilliant race. Like I said, the support from Pink Finns throughout this broadcast has been fantastic throughout the community. Thank you very much for tuning in wherever you've been watching, around Australia or around the world. It's been the Pink Finns Sandown 500, brought to you by Alliance Sim Racing. A huge congratulations to Andrew Dyson and Brian Borg, the winners of the Pink Finns Sandown 500. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.